Productions, in cooperation with the Intercommunity Cable Regulatory Commission, is pleased to bring you the first day of swimming in the 1991 Southwest Ohio High School Swimming and Diving Classic. This cablecast is made possible by Beatrice Hunt Weston Foods, maker of Weston Oil, Peter Pan Peanut Butter, and Hunt Tomato Products. We're on the campus of St. Xavier High School in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm Lex Hannon. Pat Lunsford, our color commentator, is with us tonight to describe this competition. Pat is the founder of the Southwest Ohio Officials Association and has been a meet official for 18 years. That's some stretch, Pat. Quite a bit of patience.
Sometimes not enough.
Well, we also have helping with the coverage on today's event, Ginny Gordon down at poolside. She'll be doing interviews with the winners as they come off the deck. Now, in the interest of getting going quickly here, we're going to cut out a lot of the formalities for the meet, and we'll begin the national anthem here in just a moment and bring you up to date on the classic and what's happened in the 8 years that this special swimming event has been going on. Now for our national anthem.
We ask you all to please observe a moment of silence for our troops who have been waiting. Okay, at this time we'd like to have Lori Boyle from Green Hill play our national anthem.
Makes it official with the performance of our national anthem by Lori Boyle, who, by the way, will be showing up later in our 7th event in the girls' 400-yard individual medley. Quite a talented young lady, Lori Boyle. That's Boyle. Getting ready for our first event. At the top of your screen with the girls' 200-yard medley relay. Lane number 1, Beaver Creek. Lane number 2, Macaulay. Lane 3, Ursuline. Lane 4, Oak Hills. Lane 5, Senegal. Lane 6, Sycamore. Lane 7, Henderson. Lane 8, Turpin.
Lee Bassler on Backstroke off to a real good start. Also, one of the McCarthy sisters in lane 4 for Oak Hills had a very good start. These are some of your premier backstrokers in the area.
The record for this event is 1 minute 50.96 seconds set last year by Oak Hills.
Oak Hills is still in the lead. Oak Hills was the state champ last year in this event with a time of 1:49.15. They're in the lead at the turn. Sycamore is second. Ursuline Academy has moved into third place. Centerville in lane 5 is now in fourth place. Approaching the butterfly leg, third leg of the relay. Swimmers like swimming the 50 yards of each event. It's a shootout sprint. They have a lot of fun with it. It's one of the reasons we added the 50 sprints in the different strokes in this meet, and it shows in the medley relay. Oak Hills is in the lead. About 4 or 5 body lengths at this time. Sycamore is still holding on to second. Centerville has moved into third. Anderson is fifth. Ursuline is still holding on to fourth place. Oak Hills is approaching the finish. Their time running 1:47, 1:48 right now. They're just going to miss the meet record. I take that back. They did break the meet record. 150.74, new meet record. Breaking their time from last year. You have to remember that the Oak Hills team won the state meet last year in this event. So this is an indication of what we're going to see in the Cincinnati area as we go to the state meet.
We're off to a good start with a new record being set. Now that's a meet record. That's a record here for the Classic.
That is a meet record.
Our next event, the boys 200-yard medley relay. The top of your screen, in lane number 1, you'll see Walnut Hills. In lane 2, Beaver Creek. In lane 3, St. Xavier's B team. Lane 4, St. Xavier's A team. Anderson in lane 5, Waynesville in lane 6, Kirkland in 7, and Centerville in lane 8.
St. Xavier's in lane 4. It's Mike Andrews leading off. He's already at a half a body length lead at the turn. St. Xavier was the state champ in this event last year, breaking the state record with a time of 1:34.72. They're entered in the meet at a 1:40 at this time. Their time in the honor roll is a 1:39. So this is a good time. They've started going into tapers, getting ready for sectionals. It's a good time to see if they can get some good time drops. Lane 6, Waynesville. Lane 5, Anderson. Are in a good race for second. About a half a body length behind St. Xavier in lane 4. Good starts for all 3 butterflyers. They get a good leap off the block. Now, Waynesville in lane 6 will be coming up with a girl swimming anchor on their medley relay. They were in the same situation last year. Had 3 boy swimmers and swam with a girl. And they placed in the state meet last year with the girl on the end of the relay. So this shows that she's a real fighter, and having to swim against some of the best 50 sprinters for the boys in the city, she holds her own pretty well. St. Xavier is out to a resounding lead at this time. They're at 1:32 right now, very close to the record. 1:35.77, that is a new meet record, quite a bit. Only 1 second off of the state record. There's Joe Hudipole that was the anchor at relay, and Joe will split a 20.4, 20.3 on the relay, which is an extremely fast time. He has the fastest time in a 53 in the city this year at a 20.6. He was last year's state champion in the 100 free, the 200 free, and probably could have won several other events if he chose to.
Well, let's see if we can keep the string going here. For our next event, the girls 200 yards freestyle. This is the consolation final. Lane number 1 at the top of your screen. Shannon Doherty from Mother of Mercy. Lisa Eck from Fairmount in 2. Sarah Kinney from Chirpin in 3. Sarah Westrick. Hamilton Baden in 4. Andrea Fleming. Roger Bacon in lane 5. Carrie Ivers in lane 6. She's from St. Ursula. Mary Kramer from Ursuline Academy in 7. And Megan Ciccarelli from Sycamore is in lane 8 at the bottom of your screen. 2 events and 2 meet records. Is the water warm out there, Pat?
I don't believe so, but they're starting to heat it up pretty good.
It looks like they are.
If this is an indication of what Cincinnati swimming is going to be, again, it's going to be just a banner year for our area at the state championships. And this meet highlights our best swimmers. This will give everybody a good idea as to where we will be in the state championships. And right now, it's looking very good for Southwestern Ohio again. This is the 200-yard freestyle, 8 lengths to the pool. This is noted as the Stan Kaplan event. The winner of the 200-yard freestyle at the conclusion of the championship heat will be awarded the Stan Kaplan Award. Stan is an official who had a serious stroke several years ago, is still hospitalized, and brought the idea of the meet to town, and then our meet director, Dave Gordon, has picked up on it and made the meet a reality. But we started last year honoring some of our officials in some way, and so this being the first individual event in the meet, we decided, since Stan brought the idea in, that this would be his event for the rest of the duration of this meet.
Well, we hope Stan has a chance to see it at home.
We have Sarah Westrick from Hamilton-Baden in the lead at the halfway point with a split of 57-11. Andrea Limick from Roger Bacon is a close second. You'll see a lot of different styles and techniques in this race. You'll have some that are rabbits and will go out very quickly and hope that they build up a lead that they can hold on to. And you have others that will build up on their pace and just keep building and building. There are some that will negative split, in which their first 100 will be slower than the last 100. We're in a real good race now for the lead. We have 3 swimmers. We have Sarah Penny, Sarah Westrick, and Andrea Limick that are going into the turn almost together. Sarah Westrick has dropped back just a little bit. Looks like Sarah Penny is coming on with a real good finish. She's looking at her swimmer on lane 5. Andrea Limick is looking the other way, and this gives Sarah the advantage. And Sarah did win the race in 2:00:26. That is a little over a half a second faster than what she swam in preliminaries this morning. Second place was Andrea Limick from Roger Bacon, 2:00:88, and that is a second and a half faster than what she swam this morning. So the appearance again, the swimmers came here tonight to swim fast. We saw that in the 2 relays and in the consolation heat. So we should have a real nice race in the championship final.
And they're going to the blocks now for the championship final of the girls' 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Holly Opelt from Earthline Academy, Dana Getz from Walnut Hills in lane 2, Julie Spire from Macaulay in lane 3, Elise McCarthy, Oak Hills in 4, Jocelyn Grunwell from Tonawanda in 5, Jenny Dahl, Earthline Academy in 6, Noel Webster from Ross in 7, and Tara Clevin from Claremont Northeast in lane 8.
This is a strong field, has an awful lot of experienced swimmers. We have some state championship swimmers from last year in this event, and there are at least 3 of these girls that are in the top 10 poll for the swimming honor roll that appears in the local newspapers. Looks like Julie Spire and Jenny Dahl, lanes 3 and lane 6 respectively, are out to an early lead in the 50. You can see the field is pretty much straight across the line, so that gives you an idea of just how good these girls are. Last year in the state meet, Julie Spire was second in this event at the state meet with a time of 1:52. Now, they're not expected to have that time in this meet yet. They're still not training to the point where they're going to be rested and swim hard. Julie is in lane 3 and is in a battle right now for first place with Jenny Dahl from Ursuline Academy, who's over in lane 6. They are turning right even And so it'll be interesting to see how they're going to bring it back on the last 50. At the 100, they were less than a tenth of a second apart. If they were next to each other, this would even be a better race because they could see each other. Now they're spread apart by several lanes, so they may not be able to see. Jenny Dahl had a real good turn and pulled out to about a half a body length and is really swimming strong in this last 50. She split at 125.60 at the 150. Appears to be about a half a body length ahead at the turn over Julie Spire in lane 3. You can see the swimmers coming in. Jenny Dahl has a real good kick, real good finish. We have lane 2, Dana Getz from Walnut Hills. Came up and almost got second place over Julie Spire, 7/100ths of a second apart. 154.71 was the time for Jenny Dahl. Julie Spire was second from McCulley with 155.83. And in lane 3, Dana Getz from Walnut Hills was third with, lane 2, 155.90 was her time. Had a real good finish at the end. Dana is a sprinter, and so that would be expected of her to bring it back like that.
Our next event, the boys 200-yard freestyle. The consolation final. That's Mike Wong in lane number 1, he's from Lakota. Matt Durkin, McNicholas in 2. John Tangahan from Moeller in lane 3. Pat Van Norman from Troy in 4. Chris Stevens from Hamilton in 5. Brian Wood, Centerville in 6. Mike Schramm from Xavier in 7. And Matt Cole, Beaver Creek in lane 8.
Pat Van Norman from Troy is off to an early lead at the 50. There's about a half a body length lead. There are a good representation of schools in this heat. And we have, it looks like 8 different schools in this heat, and there are some schools that you don't oftentimes see in a consolation championship. That lends to some of the programs that are developing and continue to grow as swimming grows in this area. The size of this meet shows that swimming is continuing to grow in this area. We have lane 1, Mike Wong from Lakota, who has worked his way into first place by 6/100ths of a second. It's considered outside smoke. You can't see a swimmer over in that outside lane, and he's given it his best shot. He's taken about a stroke lead going into the 125 turn. Pat Van Norman and Chris Stevens from Troy and Hamilton are giving Mike Wong a real close race. They are looking at each other as they're coming into the turn at the 150. Mike has about a 3/4 of a second lead going into the final 50. He's starting to kick real hard, turning his arms over a lot faster. It looks like he's in pretty good control of this race. Mike Schramm from St. Xavier in lane 7 is picking up and is making a bid to get second in this heat. Looks like Mike Wong from Lakota in lane 1 is going to be the winner, and it's going to be a toss-up who second place is going to be between lane 4, 7, and 6. Lane 7, 150.76. That's Mike Schramm from St. Xavier. That's over a 3-second drop from this morning. Mike Wong swam a 149.5. That's over a 4-second drop from this morning.
Looks like Jimmy Gordon has an interview for us down at poolside.
I'm here with Jenny Dahl, who just won the 200 freestyle in a time of 154.71. She's from Ursuline. The race was pretty close. Were you watching anybody?
Yeah, I was towards the last 100 I was. The first 100 I just tried to go out as hard as I could and tried to maintain it, so.
It's pretty early in the season. Are you where you want to be?
Yes, I am. I've been at 154. I think it was higher than that early this year, but that's I think my season best.
Good. We also have Dan Hanley here who's going to give away the Stan Kaplan Award.
Jenny, congratulations. We'd like to present you with the Stan Kaplan Award. The winner of the 200 free receives that. Unfortunately, Stan's been ill a number of years. He originated the idea for this meet, and we'd like to present this in his honor. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Congratulations to Jenny Dahl. Let's set the lanes here for the boys 200-yard freestyle. This is the championship final. In lane number 1, Griff Jones from Arcan. Chip Breen in lane 2. He's from Centerville. Darren Heidenreich from Northwest. In lane 3, Rob Brum from St. Xavier in 4, Carl Shear, Cincinnati Country Day in 5, Ryan Frost, Walnut Hills in 6, Lee Cameron from St. Xavier in 7, and Josh Hardick from Lakota in lane 8. Meet record is 1 minute 43.92 seconds. Set by St. Xavier back in 1984. That record's held a long time.
Record has been held for a long time. Mark Shakura was an outstanding swimmer in his time and went on to the University of Tennessee as a sprinter and just did an outstanding job in college as well. If Joe Hudepohl was in this event, he would obviously break the record. But Rob Drum is going to give it a real good shot. He's only just a little over a second off of it. Rob was 6th in this event last year at the state meet, and is hoping to move up in those standings. At the 50, it's pretty hard to tell. There are 3 swimmers that have turned all within about 0.2 of a second from each other. It's lane 3, Darren Heidenreich, lane 4, Rob Drum, lane 5, Carl Shear. Carl's from Cincinnati Country Day, Darren Northwest, and Rob from St. Xavier. They still are staying stroke for stroke as they approach the halfway point for the 100 split. Carl Shear had a real good turn as a sophomore. It's in lane 5, split at 51.24. He's picked up about a 0.2 of a second lead over the other 2 swimmers, and at this point does not appear to be giving it up. Rob Drum likes to bring his race back hard, so it'll be interesting to see if he has enough to be able to do that. Carl looks like he wants to win this race. He's a sprinter. Rob is a distance man, so it'll be interesting to see if 200 is enough for Rob. Now, Rob's digging pretty hard right now, and Carl's getting tired. So with 25 yards to go, it's going to be a real good finish to the end. Darren Heidenreich is still staying about a stroke behind Rob. And those will be your top 3 swimmers as they come in. They're all going to have real nice times for this. It's Carl Shear from Cincinnati Country Day in lane 5 with a 1:44.99. That is approximately a 3-second drop for Carl from this morning. Rob Drum finished second with 1:45.58. That's about the same. He's a little bit slower tonight than he was earlier. May have tried to go out a little bit too hard. Carl's a sprinter, and if you go out with the sprinter, you're going to have to, you might pay the price. And maybe that's what happened to Rob in that race. They all still had good swims. Darren Heidenreich had a nice swim in 3rd place with a 1:46.96. As I look over the times and look at this morning's preliminaries, the swimmers, for the most part, say 90% of them are dropping their times from this morning. And to get through the preliminaries and to be able to drop time, the preliminaries are a long session, and swimmers don't have much time to warm up or warm down before a race. They don't have any time, in fact, because of the crowded conditions. So tonight, with the warm-down pool and a warm-up pool, they do have that opportunity, and that's one of the reasons we're going to see a better swim.
Well, let's see what we have in line here. The girls' 400-yard individual medley. In lane 1, our flute player for the national anthem, Lori Boyle, from Green Hills, Michelle McCarthy in Oak Hills in lane 2, Emily Landon from Ursuline in lane 3, Rachel Guston from Seven Hills in 4, Cynthia Jansen, Oak Hills in 5, Stephanie Campbell, Centerville in 6, Jessie Smith, Mason in 7, and Sarah Turner Anderson in lane 8.
400-yard individual medley is a very grueling race. They swim 4 lengths of butterfly, 4 lengths backstroke, 4 lengths breaststroke, and 4 lengths freestyle at the end. In high school, it has to be referred to as the crawl stroke. That's the rule that high school has to go with. Normally in YMCA, NCAA, and U.S. swimming, they swim anything other than the first 3 strokes, but in high school, it's designated as the crawl. It's hard to tell early who your winner is going to be in this event because of the 4 different strokes. Each one will have a specialty. As an example, Rachel Guston is a breaststroker. She's a national level breaststroker, and she right now is only about a half a stroke behind Michelle McCarthy and Cynthia Jansen. Now, Cynthia Jansen is also a national level breaststroker, so it'll be interesting to see where these two are going to be. Their times in the preliminaries were only 0.4 of a second apart, so it'll be interesting to see who's in the best shape. to be able to swim this race. Michelle McCarthy is a backstroker, and that's obvious as she is swimming over in lane 2, which you cannot see on the screen at this time. You can just barely see her kick, so that's how much of a lead. She has a 2 body length lead at this point as she's going into her second half of the backstroke race. But Rachel and Cynthia are breaststrokers, and we'll find out just how good of a breaststroker they are in this race when they come back for their next turn at the starting end of the pool. Stephanie Campbell from Centerville is also in the race for third, right next to Cynthia Jansen. She is in lane 6. Michelle McCarthy is out to almost a half a length of the pool lead going into the breaststroke event. But Rachel Guston, as I said, is a national caliber breaststroker, and this is her specialty coming up. 4 lengths may or may not be enough for her to catch Michelle. It'll be interesting to see. And Cynthia Jansen also.
Next 5 girls doing on freestyle. 15 ladies. Megan Picarelli. 15.
Give you an idea on how good the Rachel and Cynthia are on breaststroke. Rachel was second in the state last year as a freshman. Cynthia was 4th in the state meet last year. So we're going to see if they're good. But Michelle has an outstanding lead. She is still at 2 body lengths. Rachel has picked up probably 2 body lengths just in the first 50 with 2 more lengths to go. And she's a decent freestyler as well. Now, Cynthia Jansen has closed up the distance and is staying fairly close to Rachel. So now we do have the spread first, second, third, and fourth. And this event will show that. They will spread out when they hit their specialties. Rachel has made the turn. And she comes up. She's only about 1 body length behind Michelle, and so the freestyle is going to be an outstanding race, the last 4 lengths. Cynthia Jansen is about 3 body lengths behind the 2 leaders at this point. The touch was 0.2 of a second apart, so Rachel picked up an awful lot on that, and is a pretty good freestyler. They both are looking at each other. They can see each other. Only 1 lane separating the 2. It's 4 lengths freestyle. This comes down to conditioning. And as we see, these swimmers are working very hard for meets later on down the line, and they haven't rested yet for this meet. So right now they're working on adrenaline. Lane 4 has about 2-stroke lead over Michelle. That's Rachel Guston from Seven Hills School. She had a real good turn, picked up another stroke or 2 off that turn, and is really pouring it on now for this last length. She's had a body length lead over Michelle in lane 2. Cynthia Jansen in lane 5 has closed the gap on Michelle McCarthy, but does not have enough room in order to bring it in for second place. Rachel Guston will finish in first place, about a body length and a half ahead of Michelle McCarthy with a time of 4:29.50. Michelle McCarthy is second with 4:31.17. Cynthia Jansen third, 4:35.69. 3 outstanding swimmers. We're going to see an awful lot of these kids when we get to the state meet. Fourth place was Stephanie Campbell from Centerville. So there's a real good field that was in that event.
Well, our next event will be the boys 400-yard individual medley. Lane 1, Steve Pater from St. Xavier. Lane 2, Jason Davis, St. Xavier. Lane 3, Mike Andrews, St. Xavier. Lane 4, Marty Hubble from Waynesville. Joe Hudipole from St. Xavier is lane 5. John Pater from St. Xavier in lane 6. Keith McCarty from Beaver Creek in lane 7. And John Lieberding from St. Xavier in lane 8. Xavier swimming in 6 of the 8 lanes.
Program, and the swimmers will come to the school with a good background in the 4 different strokes. So this is a good time for them to pick up some college time. There's a false start. Hard to say from here. We kind of look like lane 8 on the false start. It'll be interesting to see what the starter and referee will call. High high school rules determine that if there is one false start, you are disqualified. You do not get a second chance. Lane 8 is being notified by the referee. False start was on lane 8. It must be motionless at the start, no movement whatsoever. And if it is called by the starter and confirmed by the referee, it takes dual confirmation for someone to be disqualified, and that was the case. In fact, this might have been triple confirmation because the recall starter also fired the shot, so that's a third person that saw the same thing. Unfortunate, but that is something that makes it fair for everybody. Good start for the swimmers in the field. Marty Hubble from Waynesville and Joe Hudepohl from St. Xavier in lanes 4 and 5. Marty Hubble qualified first with a 4:08.6. Joe Hudepohl had a 4:10. It's going to be an interesting race. Joe is very proficient in all the strokes, so is Marty. Both are national level swimmers. Joe is considered by many to be one of the top 5 high school swimmers in the country and has many senior national cuts. Represented the United States in Rome this past summer at the Lynn Championships, so he's highly thought of and is only a junior. He's taken a body length lead on Marty. Marty is not the butterflyer, but Marty will swim the other strokes very well. It's hard to say at this point if Joe just swam his race in order to qualify, knowing he could make in the top 8. But you can never rule out Marty and some of the other swimmers. Mike Andrews in lane 3 from St. Xavier is now going into backstroke, which is his specialty. And he's a national qualified swimmer in backstroke. So it'll be interesting to see just where he's going to put himself with the other swimmers. He is catching Marty Hubble right now, and it looks like they go into the turn at the same time. Joe Hudepohl has almost a 2 body length lead halfway through the backstroke. They are approaching the turn. Marty Hubble in lane 4 in the yellow bathing cap has dropped about a half a stroke behind. Mike Andrews, again, as we said, is a backstroker and has taken over second place by about 2 strokes. There is a good race for 4th place between lane 2, lane 6, and lane 7. It's Jason Davis, St. Xavier, John Pater, St. Xavier, and Keith McClarty from Beaver Creek. So that's another race that we can be watching as we go. And it's long enough that we can keep an eye on all of these different battles that are going on in the water. And in the breaststroke leg, Marty Hubble is a breaststroker. And you can see that he has already picked up on Mike Andrews. So again, specialty show in this event. They still have 7 more lengths to go, so anything can happen. And Mike Andrews and Marty Hubble both are closing in on Joe Hudepohl. They're back within almost a body length of Joe. But Joe's specialty freestyle follows the breaststroke. So I think if Joe goes into the freestyle in the lead, he won't have any problems in the race. Marty has closed the gap by another stroke or so. Mike Andrews is staying fairly close, but he is dropping back. Marty has now about a body length and a half lead as they approach the last turn for breaststroke. They have 1 more length of breaststroke and then 100 freestyle. In the 200 individual medley last year, Marty Hubble was 3rd in the state meet, so the individual medley is a specialty event for him. Joe did not swim in that. He swam in the 200 freestyle, which was just before that, and he would not be able to back it up. It'd be pretty hard to back-to-back events in the state meet. Joe is maintaining a body length lead and is starting to pull out. He'll make his turn, and this is when Joe likes to power it out pretty good. He'll see where he is. He's looking at the time board right now to see what his time is, and he knows where he is in his race. Going into the last turn, he's probably gained 3 body lengths on Marty in the last 50 yards. And first place is Joe Hudepohl with a time of 4:03.29. He's 4 seconds off of the meet record in this event. Marty Hubble is second place from Waynesville with a time of 4:08.45. That's right about where he qualified this morning. Mike Andrews was third with a time of 4:13.55, and that's almost a 5-second drop, 4.5-second drop from Mike. So, and that's pretty tough to do in this particular event. This is
Right now, Jenny Gordon's got an interview down at poolside. Jenny.
I'm here with Rachel Gustin of Seven Hills, who just won the girls 400 IM in a time of 4:29.50. How did the race feel tonight?
It felt pretty good. I was just concentrating on taking it out pretty slow because I always go out too fast.
Now, normally you swim this race twice in one day. Were you less tired tonight since it was a time final?
Yeah, I think I was. I think it helped a lot. It made everyone go a lot faster at night since I didn't have to worry about it in the morning, too.
Will we see you again tonight?
I don't know. I hope so.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Jenny. The next event, the girls' 50-yard freestyle consolation final. In lane number 1, Heather Fitzgerald from McNicholas, Carrie Bennett from Sycamore in 2, Debbie Kyle, New Richmond in 3, Andrea Lemming, Roger Bacon in 4, Marnie Breen, Centerville in 5, Holly Opel, First Mountain Academy in 6, Wendy Hoff, Lakota in 7, and Chris Banks, Beaver Creek in lane 8.
The 50-yard freestyle is just a shootout from the very beginning, and the swimmers are very much on edge, wanting to try to get the jump at the start. And with a no-fall start rule, it puts a lot of pressure on the swimmer. It's a good start. First time the starter asked him to stand back up because there was a little bit of movement. The starter has that liberty to be able to do that, and that's one way to protect the swimmers from being disqualified if at all possible. In this event, you can qualify first in the morning and be last in your heat in the evening. It all comes down to the start and turn in many cases. Looks like lane 4 is still going to be the winner, and this maybe lane 6. Lane 4 did win, 25:32. Lane 6 was second, 25:34. As Holly Opel from Ursuline Academy, 200ths of a second in second place, beaten by Andrea Lemick from Roger Bacon. So that was a very good race. They both were better than their qualifying times from this morning.
The championship final of the girls' 50 yards freestyle is next. Shannon Kiley from Ursuline Academy in 1, Ray Bassler from Sycamore in 2, Chrissy Plott, Vandalia Butler in 3, Denise McCarthy, Oak Hills in 4, Sarah Wester, Hamilton Baden in 5, Angie Rosser Anderson in 6, Lisa Eck, Fairmount in 7, and Dana Getch, Walnut Hills in lane 8.
We have some real class in this event for the girls. Last year, Dana Getch, who was in lane 8 last year, was in a tie for first place at the state meet. It was a three-way tie, which is unusual, to the 100th of a second. Angie Rosser, who was in lane 6, was 4th in the state meet last year in this event. And many of these girls are ranked in the swimming honor roll in the city. The race will be over too quick to be able to tell you who all is ranked. It just happens that fast. Dana Getch in lane 8 might be an outside winner on this. No, she finished second place, lane 100th of a second. Lane 4, Denise McCarthy from Oak Hills with a 24.93. Dana Getch in lane 8 with a 24.94. 100th of a second separating those two swimmers. They could not see each other, but Dana had the advantage being in the outside lane. She dropped her time 1/2 of a second, and then the 50-yard freestyle, that's an eternity. So we had some real good swims, some good time drops. Denise is a little bit slower tonight than she was this morning, but she did what was necessary to win the race.
Sure did.
100th of a second you cannot see.
I want to know who calibrates those clocks, Pat. How do we know those are really within 100th of a second?
We don't know.
You can't tell by my eyeballs.
The pads may have a certain tolerance to them where one is more sensitive than the other. If the swimmer doesn't jam the pad very hard, then it's very possible it won't activate within a hundredth or 1500ths of a second. And there have been national championships and even world records and so on that have been broken because of the tolerance in the pad. As an example, Matt Biondi in the 1988 Olympics lost the 100-meter butterfly by 100th of a second by coasting in, and another swimmer came in and finished hard and out-touched him.
An exacting science. Well, for the boys' 50-yard freestyle, consolation final. Randy Kruger from Mariemont in lane 1. Damon Hickey, Hamilton Dayton in 2. Paul Hanacki, Beaver Creek in 3. Chris Humphreyville, Centerville in 4. Mike Gutmeyer, Anderson in 5. Todd Brinkman, Alter in 6. Scott Wolf, Centerville in 7. And Stephen Dorn, Oak Hills in 8.
Looks like Paul Hanacki from Beaver Creek over in lane 3 is out to an early lead, but lane 7 is coming on strong. Scott Wolf from Centerville, and it is lane 7. Scott Wolf with 22.83. That is, again, a half a second faster than what he had this morning, so he came back real well from lane 7 to win the consolation championship. Paul Hanacki from Beaver Creek was in second place with a 23.15, and that is 0.2 of a second better than what he had this morning. And they came down, they all had a real good start, but Paul Hanacki was out by almost a half a stroke ahead of everybody else on the start, and that's what was able to pull him into second place in that event tonight.
Jenny's got an interview for us down on the deck.
I'm here with Denise McCarthy from Oak Hills, who just won the girls 50 freestyle in a time of 24.93. Were you happy with your race tonight?
Yeah, I was really happy with it.
It's a quick race, and it's pretty even most of the time. Do you ever watch anybody else?
I just usually really don't get much time to watch anybody. Just get in and go as fast as you can.
Well, congratulations. It was a good race.
The championship final for the boys' 50-yard freestyle has Griff Jones from Arcanum in lane 1, Derek Spears, Cincinnati Country Day in 2, Jason Russo, Anderson in 3, Sean Cassin, St. David in 4, Jason Prater, Waynesville in 5, Carl Spears, Cincinnati Country Day in 6, Chip Malou, Centerville in 7, and Chip Green, Centerville in 8.
Jason Prater from Waynesville in lane 5 was 5th in the state meet in this event last year, so we look to see a good race between Jason and Sean Trocan from St. Xavier in lane 4. Sean was the top qualifier by 0.03 of a second over Jason, so this should be a real good race. Very good start. They brought them down evenly, and they got off very quickly. It looks like Jason Prater and Sean Trocan and Jason Druso were all even at the turn. Sean Trocan from St. Xavier appears to be at the lead and did win it with a 22.11, which is a little over 1/10 of a second faster than what he had this morning. So that was a real good swim. And the sprinters really are not fully trained for the sprint yet. They're still doing longer distances. So when they start resting these gentlemen and the young ladies in the 50 free, these times should drop drastically. As an example, Jason last year swam a 21.68 in the state meet and was third tonight with a 22.35. So this shows they still have to do some more resting and tapering. when young swimmers are training for this, the coach will find out in very early years if the swimmer has the coordination and the strength to be able to swim this race. Many of your butterflyers develop the stroke early. The others have a hard time learning the stroke, and that's what separates the event. Now at the 75 turn, we have 4 swimmers all very close to each other. Lane 2, Chris Banks from Beaver Creek. Lane 5, Katie Miller, Fairfield. I'm sorry, lane 4, Erin Jamison, Finneytown. And lane 7, Debbie Kyle, New Richmond. The winner is going to be lane 7, 103.29, Debbie Kyle from New Richmond. She's only a freshman, so that'll be interesting to see. And looking through the heat sheet, there were 4 freshmen in that race, 2 sophomores and 2 juniors. So we're going to see a lot of these young swimmers in the next several years. Her time was a 103.29, and that is a 2-second drop from this morning. Second place was Erin Jamison from Finneytown, who had the identical time that she had this morning in qualifying.
Ginny, who is that you have down there?
I'm here with Carl Shear, the winner of the 200 freestyle in a time of 1:44.99. He swims for Cincinnati Country Day. How did your race feel?
It felt great. I killed Joby on the turn, so I don't know, I won.
Did it feel better than this morning?
Much, tons better. Tonight we got a lot less time between the events, so it's much easier to swim fast.
Do you like to swim in this kind of meet?
Yeah, high school is fun. It's a lot of competition, but I don't know, it's real fun.
Congratulations on a great race.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ginny. Next event we have is the championship final of the girls' 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Tara Clevenger, Claremont Northeast. Kristen Lerman, Hamilton Baby in 2, Shannon Kiley, Ursuline Academy in 3, Tina Silversack, St. Ursula in 4, Amy Fritz, Oak Hills in 5, Jennifer Hartsock, Waynesville in 6, Sarah Turner Anderson in 7, and Erin Miller in lane 8, she's from Fairfield.
Shannon Kiley in lane 3 is the #1 swimmer in the honor roll in the paper, so this will be an interesting race. This is Tina Silversack's first swim for the high school season. This is her specialty. She does hold the event record in this at a 56.71. She was only 9/10 of a second off of her record in qualifying, so it'll be interesting to see if Tina came to swim tonight. She might have her own record again. Is out to a half a body length lead going into the 50 with a split of 27-27. This is an outstanding split. She might be on course to be able to get her record in this particular meet. Tina was the state champ in the 100 butterfly last year with a 56.32. Shannon Kiley in lane 3 from Ursuline Academy is in second place. Amy Fritz from Oak Hills is in third. Jennifer Hartsock from Waynesville is fourth place. Winner 57.10 was the winning time for Tina Silversack, about 4/10 of a second off of her meet record time, and very close to the time that she had in winning the state championship last year. It was interesting in this event, in the state championship last year, there were 4 swimmers from Cincinnati in the final 6 in the state meet, and several of those swimmers are back again. Amy Fritz, Tina Silversack, Shannon Kiley.
And Ginny's got another interview.
I'm here with Sean Troken of St. X, who just won the men's 50 free in a time of 22:11. Is that where you want to be at this time in the season?
Yeah, that's pretty good for me so far. I wasn't in the water for around a month and a half at the beginning of the season. I just came back in January, so I'm pretty proud of where I am right now. I think I'm doing okay.
Now, is that what event you'll swim in the state meet, hopefully, or will you swim other events?
That's pretty much, right now, all coaches got me in as 50 free. I might be on a relay, but that's pretty much my only individual.
Well, congratulations on a great race.
Thanks a lot.
boys' 100-yard butterfly consolation final is next. Justin York from Troy in lane 1. Mike Gutfire, Anderson in 2. Scott Wolf, Centerville in 3. John Pater, St. Xavier in 4. Jerry Stevens, Anderson in 5. Scott Doyne, Indian Hill in 6. Mike Schramm, St. Xavier in 7. Mike McCullum from Hamilton in 8.
Lane 1, we have Justin York, Troy. Lane 2, Mike Gutfire, Anderson. Lane 3,
Jerry Stevens from Anderson just had a tremendous start off the blocks. He's a tall swimmer, and this was to his advantage. He did go into the first turn about a third of a stroke ahead. Be interesting to see if he has the strength to be able to hold on. Lane 1 is swimming very well. Justin York from Troy has turned in second place. Jerry Stevens from Anderson turned split with a 26-21 at the 50. 6 or 7 swimmers are equal at the turn with 25 yards to go, so it's really hard to call who's going to win this race. John Pater from St. Xavier is pulling in real hard. Looks like lane 4, John Pater is going to win the race. He did with a time of 55.88. That is 0.4 of a second faster than what he had this morning. And he laid back in his race and had a strong second to come back. Second place was Scott Wolf from Centerville with a 56.14. It's 1 second drop from this morning. This is why he was able to get second place tonight. Anytime you can get that type of drop on 100, you're in good shape.
The next event will be the championship final of the boys' 100-yard butterfly. Lane 1, Jason Davis from Xavier. Brian Kaplan, Walnut Hills in lane 2. Jason Prater from Waynesville in 3. Joe Hudipole, St. Xavier in lane 4. Derek Shear, Cincinnati Country Day in lane 5. Brad Watterson, Turpin in 6. Lee Litherland, Waynesville in lane 7. And John Foster, St. Xavier in lane 8. 100-yard butterfly.
This is also a very strong field of swimmers. There's only 3 seniors in the field. Give you an idea of what we have to look forward to next year if this meet is in existence. The meet record in this event is held by David Fairbanks from Sycamore with a time of 50.74. Joe Hudipole qualified 1 second slower than that in prelims. And the way the swimmers have been going, it's very possible he can have a 1 second drop and he may have another meet record tonight. Off to a good start. Derek Shear is in lane 5 next to him. Derek will give him a good race, take him out pretty fast, and Joe pours it on in the second half, and that'll be the difference in the race. Jason Prater from Waynesville is in lane 3. Looks like Jason turned second or third. Joe turned in a time of 24.32. Has about a half a body length lead with 25 yards to go. Derek Shear from Cincinnati Country Day turned in second place. Jason Prater from Waynesville in third place. Brad Watterson from Turpin turned in fourth place. Joe is approaching and finished with a time of 51.61. About a 1/10 of a second faster than this morning. Second place, 53.05, was Derek Shear from Cincinnati Country Day, 1 second faster than what he had this morning. Third place, Brad Watterson from Turpin with a time of 53.08. That's a 2 second drop for Brad.
Looks like Jimmy has an interview down on the deck.
I'm here with Tina Sobersack of St. Ursula, who just won the girls 100 fly in 57.10. It was a little bit faster than this morning. Did you feel better tonight?
Yeah, I got a good nap when I got home, and I got some food in me, so I felt a lot better tonight.
How's your season going? Are you where you wanted to be?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with it. My times are steadily coming down, so hopefully in taper I'll really have a good drop.
Are you swimming anything else tonight?
Yeah, I'm going to be in her backstroke.
Well, good luck. Congratulations.
event, the girls' 800-yard freestyle relay. Lane number 1, St. Ursula B team. Lane 2, Centerville. Lane 3, St. Ursula's A team. Lane 4, Ursuline. Lane 5, Oak Hills. Lane 6, Turpin. Lane 7, Ursuline B team. And Sycamores in lane 8.
Scratch in lane 6, Turpin A team is not competing tonight. This is a time final event, and the other teams competed in this event earlier. Teams are... Okay, and they are entered in this meet according to their time submitted by the coach. 800 freestyle relay. Each girl swims 8 lengths to the pool, so it's an extremely long race, and it's grueling for the girls. And they have to get back and climb out of the pool within 15 seconds so they don't activate the touchpad. We have an interesting swimmer in lane 7. Looks like Beth Jackson from Ursuline Academy is swimming with a dark blue cast on her right wrist. That has to be a lot of extra weight to have to carry along for a 200-yard freestyle. The leaders at this point are Ursuline Academy and Oak Hills in lane 4 and lane 5 respectively. They are stroke for stroke. They turn together. The second swimmer is in the water. Oak Hills is trying to take a slight lead, about a foot ahead by time. It may only be a tenth of a second. The board did not show hundredths of a second, so by tenths it is a tenth. It is going to be a very close race between Ursuline Academy and Oak Hills. Oak Hills has maybe a 2/10 of a second lead. The second girl is approaching the finish of her leg of the race. The third swimmer is going to be up. Oak Hills has a 5/10 of a second lead over Ursuline Academy going into the third swimmer. So it looks like the third swimmer from Ursuline has already picked it up and has taken the lead going into the first turn. For a 200-yard race, you don't know if that's going to work. And oftentimes schools have a hard time finding 4 swimmers that can swim a 200 very competitively. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams do finish. Coaches may not have actual peak times on all these girls and would have to swim a time final or time trial and practice to get a composite time to try to make up what their entry time is going to be, since this is a non-conforming event. Ursuline Academy has taken about a 4 body length lead over Oak Hills. They're in lane 4. Third swimmer is halfway through her leg of the race. I should say that's Ursuline Academy A, because they do have 2 teams in the race. Their B team is in lane 7, and their B team is currently in 3rd place. Third swimmer is halfway through her leg of the race, and she is pulled out to about a half a length of the pool lead over Oak Hills. Ursuline Academy's third swimmer is closing in on Oak Hills' third swimmer, just about a body length behind right now, so looks like we might have a real nice race going into the anchor swimmer for this race. Ursuline Academy B team looks like is taking over second place over Oak Hills. So it'll be interesting to see how these schools put their 4th swimmer in, who the 4th swimmer is going to be. This could be a sweep for Ursuline Academy, first and second. That won't hurt their point standing at all. Ursuline A is about a 20-yard lead over Oak Hills and Ursuline B. Oak Hills has pulled back into a real battle for second place. With Ursuline B, they've turned almost together. 3/100ths of a second apart between Oak Hills and Ursuline B. Now Oak Hills going into the next turn has picked up almost a body length lead over Ursuline B. So this is conditioning for the swimmers. And again, it's up to who the coach decides to swim anchor on that relay. You have to remember it's Oak Hills A team, Ursuline's B team. Ursuline Academy is still out to a very big lead. The final swimmer is up on the blocks. It looks like Ursuline Academy with the final swimmer going in will be right around 6 minutes. That means that final swimmer will have
Force had great success overnight attacking.
Ursuline Academy B team looks like is taking over second place over Oak Hills. So it'll be interesting to see how these schools put their fourth swimmer in, who the fourth swimmer is going to be. This could be a sweep for Ursuline Academy, first and second. That won't hurt their point standing at all. Ursuline A is about a 20-yard lead over Oak Hills and Ursuline B. Oak Hills has pulled back into a real battle for second place. With Ursuline B, they've turned almost together. 3/100ths of a second apart between Oak Hills and Ursuline B. Now Oak Hills going into the next turn has picked up almost a body length lead over Ursuline B. So this is conditioning for the swimmers. And again, it's up to who the coach decides to swim anchor on that relay. You have to remember it's Oak Hills A team, Ursuline's B team. Ursuline Academy is still out to a very big lead. The final swimmer is up on the blocks. It looks like Ursuline Academy with the final swimmer going in will be right around 6 minutes. That means that final swimmer will have, looks like a 1:55 split will give them the meet record. So it'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to do it. If that's Jenny Dahl in the water, then we have a real shot at a new meet record. Oak Hills' final swimmer is in and has regained a big lead over Ursuline B for second place. I believe that is Jenny Dahl that is swimming anchor for Ursuline A. So she looked at the scoreboard, the time panels, to see what the time was when the swimmer was coming in. So she knows in her mind what she has to do to try to get that record, and I'm sure that she's thinking about it right now. With 100 yards to go, she needs a 58 seconds, 58.5 in order to get the record for her last 100. and that is very possible for Jenny in this event. Ursuline B is still 3 or 4 body lengths behind Oak Hill's A team. 2 lengths to go. Jenny has a split of 7:29.78. She has 28 seconds to come back on her last 2 lengths in order to have a meet record. I wonder if she's thinking about that at this time. With her final turn, 13 seconds to come back. She's kicking hard. She's not breathing every stroke. She's looking on the other side, burying her head and trying to finish hard. 57, 58. Yeah, they're not going to have the record tonight. 8 minutes and 47 hundredths of a second. Still an outstanding swim. It means that those 4 girls average 2 minutes per swimmer. And that's real good at the high school level to get 4 girls averaging 2 minutes per swimmer. Oak Hills A is going to be in second place. They're in lane 5, coming in with a time of 8:19.18. And Ursuline B is in third place with a time of 8:26.78. Times that are in the heat sheet indicate the composite time that the coaches put together, and it's real hard for a coach to try to determine what they're going to be able to do. I think in the case of Ursuline A, the coach felt that they had a shot at making that record and did enter them a second and a half below the record. They weren't too far off on it, and sometimes when a coach will do that, other coaches will question it, but when you have swimmers like Jenny Dahl and a few others, I don't think too many question that that was a possibility tonight. Still have 2 teams that are finishing. St. Ursula in lane 3 and St. Ursula B team in lane 1 are coming in for the finish at this time.
Well, as St. Ursula B team clears the pool.
St. Ursula B's final swimmer, I believe, is coming in for the final touch. And then we'll be ready for the men's 800 freestyle relay.
The men's 800-yard freestyle relay record of 7 minutes, 11 seconds, set by St. Xavier back in 1984. In lane 1, Anderson. In lane 2, Centerville. In lane 3, Walnut Hills. In lane 4, Beaver Creek. St. Xavier's A team in lane 5. St. Xavier B team in lane 6. Princeton in lane 7. And St. Xavier's C team in lane 8.
We have an open lane over in lane 1. Anderson A team is a scratch from this event. We have 3 St. Xavier teams in lane 5, 6, and 8. This shows the depth that they have in their program to put 12 boys in that can compete at a 200-yard freestyle and be very competitive with that at the same time. Beaver Creek had the fastest entry time on the composite that the coaches submit, entered at a 7:25.50. St. Xavier A team entered at a 7:28. And the 2 teams are only about a half a second apart right now as they approach the 100 split for the first swimmer. while this event is going, we do have the 100 backstroke coming up that will be following the 800-yard freestyle relay. And backstroke has become a controversy this year because the High School National Federation Rules Committee has changed the backstroke rule to where the swimmer does not have to touch with the hand anymore. And it has changed the officiating. Officials are expected to watch the turn from the side instead of from the end of the pool now. So it's going to be interesting to see just what how the event's going to be called by the officials and how the swimmers are going to adapt to it. Some swimmers might be trying for a USS cutoff time that they may need in a USS championship meet later on, and will have to swim according to USS rules. If they're not, then they can go by way of high school rules, and we'll see that new turn out of many of the swimmers. So when we get into the backstroke event, we'll talk a little bit more about that so that you have an idea, and I'm sure the camera will be able to pick up some of those turns, and we can tell you what appears to be legal and what doesn't. It'll be interesting to see if the officials do call it. And with me as the rules interpreter for this area, it'll be interesting for me to see if they call it as well.
We'll see what you come up with.
That's right. And I'll tell them that we have it on tape, and we'll be able to watch it from that point on. May use it as a training tape later on. St. Xavier A team is taking quite a lead with the second swimmer in the water. They're at a 4 or 5 body length lead right now over Beaver Creek in lane 4. Walnut Hills in lane 3 has moved into 3rd place over St. Xavier B team, which is in lane 5. St. Xavier C team is still in the hunt for 4th place, along with Centerville over in lane 2. We're also using dual confirmation on the officials' part to determine if the swimmer has left the block before the swimmer coming in has touched the wall. And again, two officials on opposite sides will observe lanes, will not indicate any type of a disqualification. They will write it down, and then after the final swimmer of all the teams in the heat is in the water, then the side judge will raise a hand and then determine if the lane judge has a confirmation on that. At the World Championships in January in Perth, Australia, they used electronic takeoff equipment, and at the Goodwill Games this past summer they used electronic equipment. At the Goodwill Games with the electronic equipment, they used human beings as a backup to see just how good they were able to look at it. And I believe it was in the 800 free relay with Janet Evans, who is one of the world's premier swimmers, was called by the lane judge and called by the side judge as leaving early, and the electronic equipment showed that she was 1/100th of a second to the good on her takeoff, so the human eye was not able to pick that up.
That's cutting it mighty close.
Very close. I mean, you can't get them any better than 1/100th of a second on a relay takeoff. And if 2 national level or international level officials said that she left early and they agreed on it without talking about it, that makes it interesting on other calls that may have been made in the past. And then how accurate is the electronic equipment since it's new. Be interesting to see if that works its way down to the high school level in the United States. Joe Hudipole is swimming for St. Xavier in lane 5. He's on the block and taking off at this time. He's the 4th swimmer in the water. Has about 1 length lead, looks like 25 yards, well, maybe 28 yards lead over the 2nd and 3rd place team. In the 200 freestyle is Joe Hudipole's event. It's considered his best event. In talking to some people, there's a possibility that by 1992, Joe Hudipole could be the fastest 200-meter freestyler in the world. So it'll be interesting to see if his training gets him there and if he stays healthy throughout all of that. And he's anchoring this relay right now for St. Xavier. That's the kind of anchor you like to have on the end of your relay. You feel pretty comfortable. You can sit back and relax. A real good race between lane 3 and lane 4 for second place. That's Walnut Hills and Beaver Creek, only about a stroke apart. St. Xavier B team is in 4th place. And Centerville is in 5th. Joe's coming in for his final 50. Just has 2 lengths to go. It's going to be real hard for him to break the meet record on this event. He has to come back in about 9 seconds. And Joe's outstanding swimmer, but 9 seconds for the final 25 is pretty tough to do. So that means St. Xavier's relay in 1984 had to have 4 awesome swimmers on that relay. St. Xavier 18 finished with a time of 7:15:48. 4 seconds off of the meet record time. Walnut Hills in lane is making a good strong bid to finish, about a half a body length ahead, and that is going to be as Brian Frost from Walnut Hills that anchored that relay. Time of 7:31:47. That was under their time that the coach submitted as a composite time. 3rd place was lane 4, Beaver Creek, with a time of 7:32:28.
The girls are coming forward now for the 100-yard backstroke consolation final. Up in lane 1, Megan Miller from Fairfield, Shannon Doherty's mother Mercy in 2, Andrea Caudell from Turpin in 3, Lichtenberger from Sycamore in 4, Terry Bennett from Sycamore in 5, Christy Reeskamp, Seaton in 6, Tara Dixon, Beaver Creek in 7, and Becky Spring, St. Ursula in 8.
This is the event that I was talking to you about, and it appears that almost all of the swimmers on the first turn did execute that new turn that they don't have to have a hand touch. The camera angle, as we come up to the 50, you might be able to see that they just have to roll over and then go into the turn. Now, we did have several conventional turns, several regular turns. Terry Bennett from Sycamore and Christy Reeskamp from Seaton are the 2 leaders at this time. Christy Reeskamp from Seaton is about a foot ahead, but then Terry Bennett had a tremendous turn and came out a half a body length ahead going into that turn behind. That was taking advantage of that new high school turn, which is very fast if they can execute it very well. And the winner is going to be Terry Bennett from Sycamore in lane 5 with a time of 1:03:58. Second and a half drop from what she had this morning. Very good swim. Christy Reeskamp from Seaton is 2nd place. Had a little over a second drop from what she had this morning with a time of 1:04:56.
To present the George Breaststroke Award. George Breaststroke was a former long-time official at the local and national level. His memory we present the George Breaststroke Award.
This is Joe Hudipole from St. X, who earlier won the 400 IM in a time of 4:03:29 and more recently won the 100 butterfly in a time of 51:61. Is butterfly your best stroke in the IM?
No, freestyle.
You're on that relay also. How did that feel after already swimming 2 events prior?
It was pretty tiring, yeah.
We also have Dan Hanley here who's going to present the George Francis Award for the winner of the men's 400 individual medley.
Joe, I'd like to present you with the George Francis Award, which is given each year to the winner of the men's 400 IM. George was a long-time official in this area, and all of his sons were 400 IMers, and we're presenting this in his honor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck at stake, guy.
Thanks.
Great meet.
Championship final now for the girls' 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1, Erin Jameson from Finneytown, Beth Jackson, Earthline Academy in lane 2, Angie Rosser, Anderson in 3, Michelle McCarthy, Oak Hills in 4, Leigh Bassler from Sycamore in 5, Tina Silversack from St. Ursula in lane 6, Chrissy Flott, Vandalia Butler in 7, and Nicole Cosma from Mount Notre Dame in lane 8.
Are swimming in this event tonight: Michelle McCarthy, Leigh Bassler, and Beth Jackson. Beth Jackson is the swimmer that has a cast on her arm, swimming in lane 2. It was in an earlier event. Michelle McCarthy in preliminaries this morning set the meet record with a time of 58.81 and is out to almost a body length lead at the 50. Her split was 27.91, so she has an outstanding swim going here right now. Michelle was second in the state meet last year. Her time was 59.02 in the state meet last year. So she's already ahead of state meet pace from last year. Almost 2 body lengths lead from Michelle McCarthy as she's coming into the finish. She looks like she may have her record again with a time of 58.45. Yes, that is again a new meet record by another 3 or 4 tenths of a second. Second place was Leigh Bassler from Sycamore with a time of 1:00:64, which is a 1 second drop from what she had earlier today. Leigh was third in the state meet last year with a time of 59.13, so she's not too far off of her state meet pace. And with Cincinnati having 5 swimmers in the final 6 last year, that was a good feeling at the state meet, seeing that type of domination.
The men are taking their position for their 100-yard backstroke. This is the consolation final. Damon Hickey from Hamilton-Baden in lane 1, Chris Troha, Beaver Creek in 2, Mike Budd, Fairmount in 3, Jerry Stevens, Anderson in lane 4, Todd Brinkman, Alter in lane 5, Matt Johnson, St. Gabriel in 6, Eric Lyme from Troy in 7, and Chris Davey, Middletown in 8.
From my vantage point, it looks like the swimmers are doing this turn very well. I know the officials and the coaches have worked very hard in getting the swimmers educated on what the new turn is. And we hope that this is a good sign, because we always like to have our swimmers the best prepared of any swimmer going to that state meet. And I know there has been an awful lot of work on it and a lot of concern. But as we see right now, their turns appear to be legal all the way. We've not seen any officials raise their hands, so that's a good sign for our swimmers. Jerry Stevens from Anderson in lane 4 is the winner with 56.56 is his time. That's almost 2-second drop from what he had this morning. That was a real good field of backstrokers for the consolation heat. And it looks like many of them had real good time drops from this morning. That winning time would have placed Jerry Stevens about 4th place in the championship final. He probably wishes he had that swim earlier today, and he would be up with the big boys in that championship final.
Well, the championship final is coming up, but Ginny has an interview down on the deck right now.
I'm here with Michelle McCarthy of Oak Hills, who just won the girls 100 backstroke in a time of 58.45, and that's a new meet record. You broke the record both this morning and again tonight. How did you feel?
I felt really good. I was happy because this morning I took it out off of slow, and I was hoping to get faster tonight, so it worked.
Will you swim the 200 backstroke then tomorrow?
Yes, it's probably my best event, so I'm hoping to do well on that tomorrow too.
You prefer the 200 over the 100?
I like 100 because it's shorter, but I like 200 because you can do more with it.
Well, congratulations. Great race.
Thank you.
The boys 100-yard backstroke championship final. Jim McCollum in lane 1, he's from St. Xavier. Steve Cater, St. Xavier's in 2. Pat Van Norman from Troy is in 3. Mike Andrews, St. Xavier, in lane 4. Randy Kruger, Mariemont in lane 5. Brian Beaver, St. Xavier in lane 6. Keith McCarty, Beaver Creek in 7. And John Nugget, St. Xavier in lane 8. There's another meet record in jeopardy here, Pat.
It's Mike Andrews. Mike Andrews in lane 4 from St. Xavier did break the meet record this morning, breaking Rob Bullock's record from Marymount. It was a 1984 record, so that was a record that held up for a long time. And Mike did not swim in the state meet last year because he had mononucleosis. So he's ready to come back and swim very well, and he's only a junior. Mike is a national level swimmer. Is out in a time of 24.96, so he has a real good chance of coming back and breaking his record again tonight. Randy Kruger from Marymount is holding on to second place over Pat Van Norman from Troy for third place. Mike has to bring it in pretty quick. He has about 6 seconds to get in, 4 seconds from the flags, and it looks like he's going to be there. 52.40. That is a new record again by half a second. Outstanding swim from Mike Andrews. That time would have placed Mike second in last year's state meet that he had tonight. So I think Mike is laying claim to that title and is going to work very hard since he was shut out of it last year being ill.
Oh, we hope he stays healthy this year. That's the 4th record that falls today here at the Classic.
And these swimmers have not rested yet for this event.
This cablecast is made possible by Beatrice Hunt Wesson Foods, maker of Wesson Oil, Peter Pan peanut butter, and Hunt tomato products. 1991 Southwest Ohio Classic is sponsored this year by Sycamore High School and run by the Southwest Ohio Swimming and Diving Officials Association. The next event, the girls' 500-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Jessica Humble from Chaminade. Mike Kernion, Mount Notre Dame in lane 2. Noel Webster, Ross in 3. Emily Landon, Ursuline Academy in 4. Jenny Dahl, Ursuline Academy in 5. Jessie Smith, Mason in 6. Kelly Snow, Springfield North in 7. And Julie Spire from Macaulay in lane 8.
Jenny Dahl was 4th in this event in the state meet last year with a time of 5:03. She was entered in a 5:08 tonight. Now these times were not contested in the preliminaries today. This is a time final event, which is a new format for this swim meet this year to reduce the length of the preliminaries. So it'll be interesting to see how she swims. Emily Landon has already gone at 4:59 this year, and that time would have placed her second or third last year. So it'll be real interesting to see how these two swim. And their teammates swim for Ursuline Academy, so they're going to be going after each other very, very closely on this entire race. It's 20 lengths, so a lot of different things could be happening. It's like we're having a little technical difficulty with the starting equipment, so we have a short delay in the swimmers getting in this particular event.
Well, this is the 8th year for the Classic, and this year's meet is the largest ever with 71 schools. 1,034 swimmers and 140 divers entered. It's a lot different than 1984 when the Classic started, with 31 schools, 533 swimmers, and just 60 divers. This event's grown a bunch since its inception in 1984.
The organizing committee for this meet is just in awe that we just keep getting more entries each year and more schools. 88 letters went out to the schools in our district, Southwestern Ohio district. We will not invite anyone outside of the district to the meet. And 88 letters went out. We had 71 schools that did appear. And I understand that there were two or three schools that did not get their entries in time and wanted to enter late. And we were so crowded we just couldn't let them. And we had a meeting with the coaches in the fall to get started in planning this meet. And all of us agreed that we thought last year was going to be our peak number with 900 plus swimmers and maybe a little over 100 divers. And we had nearly 200 more swimmers this year. So we just don't know where it's going to go. It is creating a problem because Southwestern Ohio does not have a facility that can handle the number of swimmers and spectators that this meet is possible of bringing in. We've had to turn down teams from outside the district. Toledo area has held a classic similar to this the last 2 years and for some reason has canceled it this year. And we had inquiries from a number of teams in that area that would like to come down so they could get the college events in and get some times on this college event. But we had to say no because we just cannot handle any more people. There is some question as to whether the Classic will be held next year, and we're working on this right now because the state meet was moved up 3 weeks to be held earlier so that it does not conflict with the Olympic trials in 1992. The Olympic trials are the first week in March, and that's when the high school state meet is normally held. And they moved it up 3 weeks to give the swimmers a chance to do both. They may choose not to. Their independent coach may not allow them to swim in high school, or if they do, they won't be totally rested for it because they'll be working towards the Olympic trials. But it was a good move on the state's part to be able to do that. But by doing that, that puts the sectional meet this corresponding weekend next year. And we cannot find an open weekend that is available, and we're going to have a problem in being able to hold this meet next year. And then what happens in the future, we don't know because of the numbers and because of facility limitations and so on. So there's a lot of work and a real strong brain trust of people organizing the meet. Dave Gordon, who has been a mainstay for the entire meet over the years, has spent an awful lot of time thinking about it along with other members of the committee. So if there is any way possible that we can hold the meet without eliminating any swimmer, we're going to find a way to do it. We are past the halfway point on this heat in the 500-yard freestyle, and Emily Landon has about a 2 body length lead for sure over Jenny Dahl. And Emily has really blossomed this year as a swimmer. With this event being 20 lengths, there are several things that officials are required to do. Timers, first of all, must keep a written lap count on the lane slip. Even though there's a counter at the opposite end of the pool, they are not to rely on what they see at that end and assume that the swimmer has completed their race. The timer is responsible to make sure that swimmer has completed it, so they must keep a written lap count. And the counters themselves are considered officials at this time, and if they make a mistake and create a problem, they could disqualify the swimmer in their lane. I don't see that too often, but it could happen. And the starter is responsible to firing a pistol shot or ringing a bell. In this case, it will be a pistol shot over the lead swimmer when they have 2 lengths plus 5 yards to go to the finish. And that's a warning shot to that lead swimmer, so they know they just have to make that turn, go down and back, and then that'll be the end of the race. Emily Landon is still holding about a 2 body length lead over Jenny Dahl. And they are approaching the gun lap coming up in the next 20 yards. Emily swims her entry time by her coach, she will also have a meet record tonight. Her entry time, which she has done this year, is a 4:59.9. Meet record is a 5:003. So we'll see what she has about 8 or 9 seconds to come back. It's unlikely she is going to break the record, and she will be unhappy with it at this time, I'm sure. So it won't be long before she'll be under that time. 5:05.52. Emily landed in first place. Jenny Dahl from Ursuline Academy also in lane 5. Second place was a 5:08.28. Third place was Noah Webster from Ross High School with a time of 5:13.84. Of the top 3 swimmers, Jenny Dahl is the only senior in the event. Emily is a junior and Noelle Webster is a sophomore. And there are 2 sophomores in the event. There are only 2 seniors in this final 8. So again,
So while those swimmers catch their breath, Jenny has an interview for us.
I'm here with Mike Andrews of Stay Next, who just won the men's 100 backstroke in a time of 52:40, which is a new meet record. How did you feel tonight?
I felt pretty good. I was a little fatigued after the 400 IM, but I was happy with my swim.
Do you like this kind of meet where you get to swim events that are longer than normal high school events?
Yeah, I'm more of a 200 backstroker, and I like longer. I'm more of a middle distance swimmer than a sprinter, so I kind of like the longer distances.
So we'll look for you tomorrow night.
Yeah, hopefully.
Congratulations, great race.
Thank you.
The boys' 500-yard freestyle is next. Matt Cole from Beaver Creek in lane 1. Matt Perkins from McNicholas in 2. James Marcotte from Walnut Hills in 3. Rob Drum, St. Xavier in 4. Aaron Heidenreich, Northwest in 5. Brad Wallerson from Turpin in 6. John McCangahan from Moeller in 7. And Brian Cross from Walnut Hills in lane 8.
Rob Drum in lane 4 was second in this event for state meet last year. It'll be interesting to see where he is in his training at this point. His entry time is about 10 seconds slower than what he did in the state meet, and that's very possible for a distance swimmer at this time. They have not tapered or rested for the event at all. Swimmers are on the block, but they're waiting because they must have a counter before they start the race, and several lanes do not have a counter. Joe Hudipole just came in to count for Rob Drum, so they were waiting for Joe. This event is contested this year as a time final event, as well as the 400 IM, which is a new format. I had way too many swimmers in the event, and because of the size of the meet, we had to find a way to give us a little more time between preliminaries and finals, and reducing the 500 free to a time final event did allow us to do that, and it did save us a pretty good amount of time in the management of the meet during preliminaries earlier today. Rob Drum is making his mark early. He's coming in for the 100 split. Rob likes to turn it over very quickly and keeps that pace going, almost like a machine in the water. And wind him up, drop him in, and let him go for the entire race. And he does like to keep a fast pace. Darren Heidenreich from Northwest. Darren Heidenreich from Northwest is holding second place. Brad Watterson from Turpin is in third place. After remembering the 200 free, Brad Watterson was pretty far back and then brought it up to get a real good finish. So it'll be interesting to see if he finishes that way on the 500 free as well. There's a lot of strategy in this race. Some swimmers like to go out very quickly, pulling other swimmers into their pace and into their own race and getting them out of their own rhythm. And this can wear a swimmer out if it gets them out of their pace. Rob's not waiting for anybody on that the way he's going right now. He's out in a 1:49.75 at the 200 split, which is a real good split at this point. And it doesn't look like he's given up in any way. Darren Heidenreich is still second. Brad Watterson from Turpin is third. Jamie Marcotte from Walnut Hills is in fourth place at this point over in lane 3. John Matangahan from Moeller is not too far behind James Marcotte for the fourth place finish at this point. They're at the halfway point. Rob's split is 2:17.86. Well, with that split at the halfway point, it's going to be extremely hard for him to approach his state meet time last year of 4:35, but he's still in good shape to get his entry time of 4:45 right now. The meet record is held by Rob, which Rob broke last year of 4:43.81. So I think Rob has this in the back of the mind, and when he comes off of his turn, you might be able to see him look up at the scoreboard, and he can tell where his time is. He knows where the splits are supposed to be and where he wants to be at that point. So he'll take that little extra long look as he comes off his turn to see what that split is going to be. And that's good incentive. If he sees that he's on target and has a shot at it, he's going to give it his best shot the last part of this meet. Lengths to go. Rob has almost a half of a pool length lead now over Darren Heidenreich from Northwest. And it appears Rob is picking up his turnover, so he feels like he's somewhere close, and he's going to give it a go. He has 100 yards to go, and 58 seconds will get him the record. That is a possibility for him. So I think we're going to see a real nice race out of him. The gun lap is coming up. He has to come back in 27 seconds in order to get his record. He's trying. He's not kicking real hard, but his arms are working at it very good. He's got a real fast turnover right now. He is breathing every stroke. He's at 4:35, has about 6 seconds to go to get in, 3 seconds to get in from the flags. He's not going to quite make it. 4:44.29. So he missed his record by 0.4 of a second. He may be a little bit unhappy with that, but that's still an outstanding swim. And Darren Heidenreich came in second with a 4:52.10. Lane 8, Brian Frost from Walnut Hills pulled in third with a 4:54.97, just a little bit ahead of Brad Watterson from Turpin with a 4:55.10. We had some good swims for these men at this time. They have not yet rested or tapered for this event. And Rob breaking the record last year at 4:43 and only missing that by a few tenths of a second and going a 4:35, which is 10 seconds faster by the state meet. It gives you an idea how they're going to be able to bring it back.
Let's go see who Jenny's talking to on the deck.
I'm here with Emily Landon of Ursuline Academy, who won the women's 500 freestyle in a time of 5:05.52. This is a pretty long race. Do you have any kind of strategy?
Well, not today. I didn't. I have the flu. I just realized that I got the flu after the 409 AM. So I just wanted to win it like I had planned to when I went out. And I did. I'm happy for that, but...
Did you watch anybody else as you swam?
Yeah, I watched Jenny go next to me. Hoping that she would push me so I could go at under 5:05. I at least went 5:05, so I was happy with that.
Well, congratulations. Good race with the flu.
Thanks.
For the girls' 50-yard breaststroke is the next event, consolation final. Features Vanessa Hoop from Troy in lane 1, Michelle Murphy Anderson in 2, Kristen Doyle from Princeton in lane 3, Danielle Hunt from Turpin in 4, Missy Young, Seaton in 5, Emily Wagner from the game in 6, Carrie Gorman Milford in 7, and Bernie Bernardo from Fairfield in lane 8.
This is a new event that was added this year. The Officials Association took a suggestion from one of the coaches on the meet evaluation form to try shorter races for some of the less experienced swimmers to see how they would do and give them a chance to get into the consolations and finals and come back at night. And we will interview the champion of this event as well. So this can be a real good excitement and an exciting event for these younger swimmers that wouldn't have a chance to qualify on the conventional events. Michelle Murphy from Anderson, a 9th grader, with a time of 35.95. 6/10 of a second faster than what she swam this morning. There were 5 freshmen in that heat. And in the championship, there are 4 freshmen in that heat. So it is a race for younger swimmers.
Okay, the championship final, the girls 50-yard breaststroke. Lane 1.
The championship final is next, girls 50-yard breaststroke.
2, Kathy Swirling, McCauley.
Malia McLaughlin from Anderson in 1, Kathy Swirling, McCauley in 2, Christy Byers from Indian Hill in lane 3, Emily Hardy, Western Brown in 4, Jenny Sprouse, Middletown in 5, Lisa Erbacher from Anderson in 6, Allison Clement, Centerville in 7, and Carol Sauerbrunn from Beaver Creek in 8.
There are a lot of new names in this event, and it looks like the philosophy by adding the short sprints in the strokes will work this year. And this will, whoever wins this race will have the meet record for this event since it's new this year. So we know we're going to have another meet record as we approach the finish of this event. Looks like lane 3, Christy Byers from Indian Hill and Emily Hardy from Western Brown are in a real close race. Lane 5, Jenny Sproles from Middletown coming in. Lane 4 is the winner, 34.08, 3/10 of a second drop. Emily Hardy from Western Brown is the winner. It's a 10th grader that has to be exciting for her to be able to do that. And she's showing that emotion as she's in the water right now. She's really excited about it. She would not have had the opportunity to swim otherwise, being in the 100 breaststroke or 200 breaststroke. So that's the first of the sprint events like that, and it's good to see the new people.
Well, we've got another bunch of sprinters coming up for the boys 50-yard breaststroke. Consolation final. Mike Dressler from Beaver Creek in 1, Ryan Sire from Princeton in 2, Robbie Dew, Oak Hills in 3, John Hanson Sycamore in 4, Ryan Stauffer, St. Xavier in 5, Mike Sander, Western Hills in 6, Peter Sokolis, Marina in 7, and Chris Casano from Talawanda in 8.
Mr. Jeff, if you go getting in the cars that are parked in the fire lane. If you're parked that way, please move your car out of the fire lane.
Looks like we got scratch Mike Dressler from lane 1
We're still waiting for
is out. And Eric Miller from Cincinnati Country Day will swim in lane 1.
lane 7. Alex Label from Troy. Okay, Alex is in here. We'll try Matt West from Troy. Matt West out here.
Looks like we had another scratch in lane 7, and they were calling for the alternates to report and swim. And the alternates were not here. They went through 4 alternates, so they're swimming with an open lane right now. Not realized if they're not here, because oftentimes they may not get to swim, and if they are not here and there is an open lane, they're not penalized in any way from swimming further events in the meet. Several of these young men will be upset that they didn't get to swim by not being here tonight. Looks like John Hanson from Sycamore is an easy winner in this consolation heat in lane 4 with a time of 31.65. It's about 3/4 of a second faster than what he swam this morning.
I think it'll be the championship final. Kevin Nielsen from Fairfield in lane 1, Pete Bauer, Beaver Creek in 2, Chris Filer, St. Xavier in lane 3, Greg Finland, New Richmond in 4, Ryan Mast, Amelia in 5, Jack Van Arsdale, Beaver Creek in 6, Colin Gurley, St. Xavier in 7, and Bill Sargent, Fairfield in 8. And Ginny Gordon's got an interview down on the deck.
I'm here with the winner of the women's 50 breaststroke, Emily Hardy from Western Brown, who swam a 34.08. These 50s are new to the meet. Do you like to be able to swim the 50s?
Yeah, it's different, but I like it pretty much.
Is breaststroke your favorite stroke?
Yeah, it's my best stroke and my favorite, pretty much.
Did you swim the 100 breaststroke?
I'm going to swim it tomorrow.
Congratulations, great race.
Thanks.
The championship final of the boys 50-yard breaststroke.
Championship final is in the water. Again, this is going to be very close. Swimmers are only about a second and a half apart for all 8 swimmers in this particular heat. And again, there are a lot of new names in here. So I'm sure these young men are real happy to be able to get in this event. It would not have been an opportunity for them to come back in the consolations or finals otherwise. Very close race with 3, 4, 5 swimmers coming into the finish. It looks like it's going to be lane 3 or lane 4. Lane 3, 30.13. Greg Feeler from St. Xavier just out touched Greg Finland from New Richmond with a 30.20, 0.07 of a second apart. So we had a real close race in there. The first, second, and third were 0.14 of a second apart. That's a real close race. We had 5 swimmers in the 30 seconds on that.
Girls getting ready to go now for the 200-yard breaststroke consolation final. Julie Wolf, First Line Academy in lane 1. Indy Cosnell, Miamisburg in 2. Liz Sikorsky, Springboro in 3. Erin Warner, Fairmont in 4. Christy McNeil, Lakota in 5. Michelle Doty, Lakota in 6. Tricia Lemire, Seton in 7. And Terry Wambaugh, Oak Hills in lane 8.
Erin Warner from Fairmont is out to about a half a body length lead after the first 50. She did give a quick look to the other swimmers because there are 6 other swimmers within that half a body length behind her, so it still could be anyone's race. If she went out too fast, she might have a problem if these other swimmers come up strong on her. On a 200, again, that strategy is that some may lay back and swim hard, others may go out fast, so it'll be interesting to see how this whole line comes back. It's a very close race for most of the swimmers coming in at the halfway point. Lane 4 and lane 6 hit 1/10 of a second apart. Erin Warner from Fairmont, Michelle Doty from Lakota. Michelle Doty had a tremendous turn coming off the wall and is now almost a body length ahead as she's approaching the 125 mark. The other 7 swimmers are still within range of each other, so they still have over 2 lengths to go in the race. It'll be interesting to see who's in the best shape. Looks like Kristen McNeil from Lakota, Michelle Doty's teammate, has moved into second place with 2 lengths to go. Mindy Posenel from Miamisburg is also giving it a good race for second place. Michelle Doty from Lakota going into the final turn with 1 length to go is in the lead by almost 2 body lengths. Her time this morning was 2:37.68. She has a chance to beat that time by quite a bit as she's approaching the finish. She's coming in under the flags, 5 yards to go. She's going to beat her time from this morning by quite a bit. 2:34.06, 3.5 second drop from this morning. That's why she won the race. Just an outstanding swim from Michelle. Second place was Kristen McNeil from Lakota. So the Thunderbirds had a 1-2 sweep in that event. They'll be proud of it.
Championship final is next. right after this interview. Ginny, what have you got down there?
I'm here with Chris Byler of St. X, who won the men's 50 breaststroke in a time of 30:13. You went a little bit faster tonight. Did you do anything different?
I just worked on my turns during warm-up, and that really helped a lot. I missed my turn on the qualifying meet, so it helped a lot.
Do you like to be able to swim the 50s in a meet like this where you swim it both in the morning and the evening?
I don't know. I kind of like the 100 better. It's more challenging. The 50, you just go all-out sprint, and then the 100 takes more endurance.
Were you watching anybody else?
No, I was looking straight ahead.
Congratulations. Good race.
Thanks a lot.
Championship final is next. Jessica Humboldt from Chaminade in lane 1. Kristen Learman, Hamilton Dayton in lane 2. Mike Renee, Mount Notre Dame in 3. Cynthia Jansen, Oak Hills in 4. Rachel Gustin, who holds the record in this event, from Seven Hills in lane 5. Jocelyn Grunwell from Talawanda in 6. Nancy Conway, Earthline Academy in 7. And Amy Fritz, Oak Hills in lane 8.
The final of the 200 breaststroke, there is not a senior in the group. 4 sophomores and 4 juniors. And out of that group, Rachel Gustin, who qualified second this morning, is the meet record holder. And in the 100 breaststroke last year was second in the state. Cynthia Jansen, the lead qualifier in lane 4 from Oak Hills, was 4th in the state meet last year. Kristen Lehrman in lane 2 from Hamilton Dayton was 5th in the state meet in the 100 breaststroke last year. And they're all back. And there's one other junior and the sophomores in this heat. So looks like Cincinnati's going to be well represented in breaststroke again. Rachel Gustin has the lead after the first 50. Rachel is from Seven Hills, is one of the sophomores. Cynthia Jansen, also a sophomore from Oak Hills. They're just about even at the 75 turn. Cynthia has a shorter stroke and a little more of a turnover. Rachel is stretching it out at the first 100, and oftentimes swimmers in this event will stretch it out that first 100, and then when they realize where they are in their pace and if they're feeling good, then they'll start picking their turnover up. It looks like Rachel is trying to do that right now. She's changed her stroke a little bit and is picking up and has picked up about a 2-stroke lead over Cynthia Jansen going into the 125 turn. Third place is another sophomore, Jocelyn Grunwell from Talawanda. Mike Kernion in lane 3 from Mount Notre Dame is currently in 4th place. Very close race for 5th place between 4 girls in a very close race. Rachel Gustin has pulled out quite a bit. Even though she's trying to get her meet record, she has about 18 seconds in order to get that record. She's at the halfway point on the final length and is working real hard. Has a fast turnover, driving her arms and shoulders forward very hard. Under the flags, coming in easily, breaking her record with a 2:19.09. A little over 2 seconds under her record from last year. Cynthia Jansen went a 2:22.65, a little bit slower than what she was this morning, and she was only a few tenths of a second off of the old record, so that was an outstanding race for her. Jocelyn Grunwell from Talawanda.
The next event is the boys 200-yard breaststroke consolation final. Greg DeBross, Fairmount in lane 1, Ike Breyer, Oak Hills in 2, Brian Ferry, Anderson in lane 3, John Holter, St. Xavier in 4, Bill Ivers, St. Xavier in 5, Eric Ryan Troy in 6, and John Maddox in 13. Both from St. Xavier in lane 7 and 8. This cablecast is made possible by Beatrice Hunt Wesson Foods, maker of Wesson Oil, Peter Pan Peanut Butter, and Hunt Tomato Products.
17, Alexander, Western Hills. 14, Chris Lozano, Calawasa. 13, Aaron Miller, Cincinnati Country Day. 12, Robbie Drew, Oak Hills. 11, Ryan Stover, St. Xavier. 10, Ryan Singer.
Approaching the 75-yard mark in this race. And it looks like John Holter from St. Xavier had a slight lead at the touch, but lane 2, Ike Dreyer from Oak Hills, is challenging for second place. There are plug one and two.
Don't forget, in addition to covering all the swimming events here at the 1991 Southwest Ohio High School Swimming and Diving Classic, we will also be bringing you complete coverage of the finals of the boys and girls diving. The 1991 Southwest Ohio Classic is sponsored this year by Sycamore High School. It is being run by the Southwest Ohio Swimming and Diving Officials Association.
There's 50 yards to go. John Holter from St. Xavier is still in the lead, and there are 4 or 5 other swimmers that are challenging for second, third, fourth place. They're all very close. Lane 3 and lane 6 are in the best shot for second place. They turn together. That's Brian Perry from Anderson and Eric Lime from Troy. Bill Ivers from St. Xavier is holding on to fourth place at this point. They're approaching the flags, 5 yards to go to the finish. It's John Holter from St. Xavier coming in with a time of 2:22.89, which is 3.5 seconds faster than his qualifying time from this morning. So it's a real good swim for John.
Jenny Gordon's got an interview for us. Just as soon as we can swing our cameras around and say hello to Jenny.
I'm here with Rachel Gustin of Seven Hills, who just won the women's 200 breaststroke in a time of 2:19.09, which is a new meet record. You broke your own record. Do you feel you're having a better season this year than last?
I hope it's going to be better. I mean, so far my times are right on, or a little faster than they were last year.
What do you expect to be swimming in the sectional meet?
100 breast and 200 IM.
So we'll hope to see you at state.
I hope so.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next up, the championship final, boys 200-yard breaststroke. Lane 1, Peter Shower, Walnut Hills and Lane up there at the top. Lee Little and Westville in lane 2. Ian Ross, Fremont in 3. Marty Hubble from lane 3 and lane 4. Jason Russo, Anderson in lane 5. Joe Rapogo, St. Xavier in 6.
Joe is the only senior in this event. There are 4 sophomores in this event. So breaststroke is a young event in Cincinnati area. With breaststroke, the swimmer is allowed to take 1 full pull all the way back to the legs underwater, a kick, and then a second full pull in high school rules all the way back to the legs before the head breaks the surface. It's a little bit different than U.S. swimming or NCAA, YMCA rules. So a swimmer, if they take advantage of that, can get a pretty good distance on their turn. And you will see that. The camera is given a very good angle on this. Marty has really extended his lead at this point. He has 50 yards to go and is about 4 or 5 body lengths ahead of Jason Druso and Joe Raplogo. Jason has worked his way into second place. Jason's from Anderson High School. Joe is from St. Xavier High School. Final turn is at a 1:52. The record is 2:09.50. He's at 2 minutes, approaching the flags at 2:03. So we're going to have a new meet record, breaking Jerry Prince's record, a 1984 record. That is an outstanding record. 2:06.51. Broke it by 3 seconds. Marty was ready to swim that event tonight. He looks very happy as he's looking up at his time, and he just doesn't quite believe it himself, I think. Being congratulated by Jason Druso. Marty's staking claim to the 100 breaststroke at the state meet by swimming a real strong 200 right now. Jason Druso was second with a 2:13.35, so Marty was 7 seconds ahead of second place. That's not taking anything away from the other swimmers. It was just an outstanding swim by Marty Hubble.
Well, we have coming up here for the second last event of the evening, the girls 200-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Beaver Creek's team. Lane 2, Turpin. Lane 3 is Fairmont. 4 has Sycamore. Ursuline in lane 5. Centerville in 6. Macaulay in 7. And Seton in lane 8.
This is a new event that is added to the high school format this year. They've always had the 200 medley relay and the 400 free relay, but they added the 200 free relay, which is a spring event. In the high school format, it goes right after the 500-yard freestyle. And from what I've seen in the high school season so far, the kids really like this. The coaches like it. It gives an extra event to put in additional swimmers and swimmers that may not be able to swim the longer races. So it's been an exciting event. And it's a real exciting event to finish the first night's finals with. We'll have a meet record tonight since it's the first time. And Ursuline Academy was in the lead after the first swimmer. They are in lane 5. Sycamore in lane 4 is currently holding second. Fairmont in lane 3 is currently in third, very closely followed by Centerville in lane 6. Emily Landon is swimming third for Ursuline Academy. A little bit of a slow start. They have to be careful because the officials are watching these takeoffs very closely, and if both of them agree, then it is a disqualification. When you have a lead like Emily has right now of almost 2 body lengths, you don't want to take any chances, and that's what it looked like she did. She just kept her takeoff very safe. Hard to explain to a coach after you get disqualified when you had a 2 body length lead. There's no reason for that. The swimmer may have a reason, but the coach won't. Ursuline Academy is going to win this event very easily. They're in lane 5. They've turned. The other swimmers have just now turned. Time is 1:35 at this point. And lane 5, Ursuline Academy with a 1:40.98 meet record.
Looks like Jenny Gordon has a winner with her down there.
I'm here with the winner of the men's 200 breaststroke, Marty Hubble from Waynesville, who won a 2:06.51. You dropped more than 8 seconds tonight. What'd you do different?
This morning I was just trying to qualify to make it back. Tonight I was just going hard.
You also made a new meet record. Were you going for that? Were you conscious of what the meet record was?
I didn't really know. I was just trying to go seasonal best time this year.
Are you happy with where you are at this time of the season?
Yeah, I'm real happy.
Congratulations. Good race.
Thanks.
And Marty took 3 seconds off the meet record today. The final event for the season's competition, the boys 200-yard freestyle relay. In lane number 1, Alter. Lane 2, Cincinnati Country Day. Lane 3, Centerville. And lane 4, St. Xavier. Lane 5, Oak Hills. Lane 6, St. Xavier's B-Team. Lane 7 is Waynesville, and Anderson is in lane 8.
St. Xavier A in lane 4, by virtue of having the fastest time in preliminaries today, is the current meet record holder. You can pretty well bet that they're going to break that record tonight. It'll be interesting to see. They're probably trying to break 1:30, which seems to be a mythical barrier for this event. It'll be interesting to see if they can get it. Lane 7 appeared to turn first, which is Waynesville, and they are right even with St. Xavier A. This is an extremely difficult event to call relay takeoffs on because they all commence so close together, and it's a very fast start. Waynesville is in the lead going into the third swimmer. But you have to remember St. Xavier is in lane 4. Looks like Mike Andrews is swimming that leg of the relay, and Waynesville is anchoring the relay with the girl again. She knows she's going to have some of these boy sprinters coming after her, but she'll surprise many of them. She'll give it her best shot. St. Xavier in the lead. Waynesville second. Centerville in lane 3 is in third place. Waynesville swimmer is holding on, turned fourth. St. Xavier in lane 5 is approaching her. She's kicking real hard, turning it over. And we have a new meet record again, 128.78 with St. Xavier A in lane 4, 128.78. The Waynesville swim team finished fifth, 133.38. So the young lady did a fine job anchoring on that.
Well, that's a new meet record because it's a new event for the meet. But in fact, we've already seen 6 established records fall tonight. Well, that was the final event for this, the first day of swimming. Remember that this event will be telecast February 2nd at 2 p.m., February 4th at 5:30, February 5th at 9 a.m., February 6th at 6 p.m., February the 8th at 10 p.m., and February the 9th at 4:30 p.m. Let's see if we can have Jimmy Gordon get the last word in here.
I'm here with Rob Drum of St. X, who earlier this evening won the 500 freestyle in a time of 4:44.29. How did your race feel?
I was really tight. I was tired. I'm just glad it's over with and the day's done.
You were pretty close to the record. Were you conscious of how fast you were swimming?
Yeah, I was pretty conscious of how I was swimming. I could read the clock from the pool, and I knew the last 100 I really wasn't going to get it, but that's it. It's my record. I already hold it. I mean, I've been faster than it previous to it this year, but it didn't work out. Oh well.
You're a senior. Any plans for next year?
Yeah, I signed a national letter of intent with Villanova University, and that's where I'll be going to school next year.
Well, congratulations.
All right. That's all.
Thank you, Jenny. We'll see you here tomorrow. There were 6 meet records, 6 established records that fell, Pat. The girls' 200-yard medley, the boys' 200-yard medley, where we started out with 2 records falling in a hurry right at the top of the program.
That's a good way to start the meet off.
It is. I'm sure these swimmers like to come by and do that every afternoon.
That's right.
But we're also seeing some great individual efforts. We saw the girls' 100-yard breaststroke record fell. Michelle McCarthy put it in at an excellent time, 58 seconds. And the boys' 100-yard backstroke went to Mike Andrews. The girls' 200-yard breaststroke went to Rachel Gustin, who had already established the record. She just took some time off of that. We saw the boys' 200-yard breaststroke go to Marty Hubble. He took 3 seconds off the established record. So we saw a lot of fast swimmers today. Isn't it unusual in an event to have 6 records fall?
It is an event of this caliber with so many swimmers. Besides being a big meet, it's also loaded with a lot of talented swimmers. And this meet has a tradition of very strong swimmers going through there. So to break records that have been 6 and 7 years old is a real accomplishment. And these kids are laying claim that they're going up to Canton for the state meet and going to establish some territory up there very quickly. It's a good feeling for Southwestern Ohio, and I'm sure these swimmers are excited. They have to be tired because today was a grueling day. They were here for probably 7 hours with warm-ups and preliminaries, and back here tonight for another 3 to 4 hours So that makes it for a real long day, and they get to do it again tomorrow. So if we come back tomorrow after they've had a long, hard day like this today, and we get more records tomorrow, Southwestern Ohio is going to be reckoned with at the state meet. And I think this is one of the main focuses of this meet, to highlight our best swimmers and let them see what a championship format is like, getting ready to go into the state meet series, sectionals being 3 weeks away. So it'll be real interesting to see how they do. We can't ask for more of what we had today on the first day of swimming. We started with a record and we ended with a record.
That's a great way to wrap things up. We'll be back here tomorrow, but I don't know about you, Pat. I plan to stay up here in the booth. I'm not going to be going down in the pool. That ends the coverage of the first day of swimming competition in the 1991 Classic here in Cincinnati, Ohio. We wish all the swimmers the best of luck in the upcoming sectional, district, and state competition with the Intercommunity Cable Regulatory Commission is pleased to bring you the second day of swimming in the 1991 Southwest Ohio High School Swimming and Diving Classic. This cablecast is made possible by Beatrice Hunt Wesson Foods, maker of Wesson Oil, Peter Pan Peanut Butter, and Hunt Tomato Products. We're on the campus of St. Xavier High School in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm Lex Hannon. Pat Lunsford, our color commentator, with us this evening. We're honored to have you with us, Pat, as founder of the Southwest Ohio Officials Association. You've been officiating for 18 years. Have I got that right?
That's right.
Well, we're tickled to have you here. And I think you would probably be best capable of answering the question, why do so many coaches come here to the Classic?
The Classic has developed into just a premier meet. It allows the teams to be in the pool where the district championships are going to be. It brings all of the schools in the district together so that the swimmers can see who the competition is going to be in 3 to 4 weeks from now. And this is one of the fastest pools in the area. So they're on their taper. They're starting to rest up for the championship meets coming up for the state series. And this is their first test to just see how they're going to do. And if the second day swimming is any indication from how they swam on the first day, we're going to have an outstanding second day of swimming.
An excellent first day of swimming here. 6 records fell.
Is outstanding. And again, these swimmers are not rested yet. And to have that type of performance and break the records that they have broken, some 7- and 8-year-old records, it's just outstanding. We had several years ago when the meet started, we only had 31 schools in the meet, a little over 500 swimmers and divers, and now this year we had 71 schools, over 1,000 swimmers, and well over 100 divers in the meet. It's just grown and grown, and we still do not go outside of our district boundaries, so it's just getting big, big each year.
Big, big, and bigger.
Big, big, and bigger.
Well, to help us with coverage this evening, we've got Ginny Gordon down at poolside. Ginny, come in.
The excitement builds as we get ready for the start of the meet. I'll be down at poolside interviewing the winners of each of the races.
Thank you, Ginny. And if there's any question, we can confirm for you right now, yes, it does help to be related to the producer if you'd like a job at DMG Productions. The officials for tonight's meet are getting things organized, and we're about to hear our national anthem. Well, maybe we could just hum the first few bars. People will catch on, and well, we could just call this our moment of silence as we're getting organized. One of our swimmers will be performing the national anthem. Lori Boyle from Green Hill, an accomplished flautist as well as a swimmer. Well, why don't you plan on going to page 2 here, Pat? And
I'd like to welcome everyone to today's annual Southwest Ohio High School Swimming and Diving Classic. I'd like to ask you all
I think you'll be able to fix this in post, as they say in the television business. Our national anthem.
We'd like to observe a moment of silence for our troops and their facilities.
national anthem performed by Roy Boyle of Green Hills on the flute. This is the second day of swimming events for the Classic. The first event we'll present to you in this telecast. The girls' 400-yard medley relay. The lanes, on the top of your screen, lane 1 will have Ursuline, B team, Fairmount in lane 2, Ursuline's A team in lane 3, Oak Hills in lane 4, St. Ursula in lane 5, Centerville in lane 6, Turpin in lane 7, and Sycamore in lane 8 at the bottom of your screen.
College event is not contested in high school. McCarthy leading off for Oak Hills. Michelle is the premier backstroker in the Cincinnati area at this time and is out to a good lead. Beth Jackson also is an outstanding backstroker that's swimming for Ursuline in lane 3. Beth has a cast on her arm. I talked to her last night at the first day meet. She said it's going to be on for another week and a half or so, and her arm is very heavy at the end of the race each time. So she'll be glad to get the cast off. Michelle McCarthy is out to a tremendous lead, as you can see. We have a good lead swimmer from Sycamore. That's Lee Bassler from Sycamore swimming backstroke in lane 8. And Lee is also a premier backstroker from the area and will do very well at the state championships. We're approaching the second leg of the relay. Breaststroke is coming up. Oak Hills with a big lead. Sycamore is in second at this time. St. Ursula, or Ursuline Academy in lane 3 is in third. Each swimmer swims 4 lengths of the pool, so it's hard to determine just how well they're going to do until you get into the last half of the event. Cynthia Jansen from Oak Hills is pulling out to a real nice lead of 4 or 5 body lengths as she's making her last turn on the breaststroke leg. We're still in second. Ursuline Academy in lane 3 is in third place. Centerville in lane 6 is pulling up and starting to challenge for the second and third spot as we go into the butterfly leg. Oak Hills has a little over a half a length head start over anybody else at this point. Ursuline Academy is pulled into second place. Sycamore is third. Centerville is still in fourth place, but making it a good race for third. This event was a time final event, and these times are entered by the coaches on composites that they have on the 4 girls in the event that they swim. This is why you will see some of the teams spread out. It's possible they may have someone that they had planned to swim is sick, could not be here, and so there will be some discrepancies as to their final times compared to what they had entered. Oak Hills team looks like they're for real. They have a very good lead over all the other competitors. Look very healthy at this time. Ursuline Academy in lane 3 is second. Centerville has moved into third, going into the freestyle leg. Sycamore is in fourth. St. Ursula in lane 5 is now in 5th place. Fairmont in lane 2 is challenging for 5th place at this time. Oak Hills freestyler is going into the final turn. will have the work cut out for him to break a meet record. The time is 4:03, set by Oak Hills last year. And it's going to be a little bit short of that, but not by much. They're giving it a good shot. It's going to be within a second and a half or so. 4:04.63. It's about 1.5 seconds off the record, and that's very good, considering that Oak Hills did graduate one of their outstanding swimmers last year off in the relay. Second place, Ursuline Academy in lane 3, the 4:11.69. Third place, Centerville in lane 6, 4:15.50.
Well, that gets our first event going. This is the second day of swimming competition. Next event will be the boys' 400-yard medley relay. Lane 1, Cincinnati Country Day. Lane 2, Waynesville. Lane 3, Anderson. Lane 4, St. Xavier's A team. Lane 5, St. Xavier's B team. LaSalle, home of the Lancers, in lane 6. Centerville, lane 7, and Walnut Hills in lane 8.
As we look at the pool, it looks like LaSalle is a no-show tonight, so there will be an open lane. Mike Andrews is the leadoff swimmer for St. Xavier's A team. He is the premier backstroker in the area this year and has about a stroke lead right now over lane 2 and lane 3, Waynesville and Anderson. Mike is taking that into a body length lead going into the first half of his race. Pretty good log jam for second, third, fourth, and fifth. And again, this being a 400-yard race, when you get the different specialty strokes in here, it can switch around. The positions can switch around quite a bit. It's unlikely that there will be anyone in the water that will challenge St. Xavier, but we can see some real good races for the other places. Mike Andrews split 53.85 on his leg of the race. Last night he went 52 plus for his time in the 100 backstroke. I'm sure that these swimmers are pretty tired after being here 7-8 hours during preliminaries and 3 hours for finals or 4 hours for finals at night, and this is the second day of the meet. They're ready to go back to school where they can get some rest.
I'm sure they're looking forward to it.
I'm sure the teachers are looking forward to it all, seeing them sitting in the classroom with their nose in the book, right?
The trick is to turn a page every now and then.
St. Xavier going into the butterfly leg still has a 3 or 4 body length lead. Waynesville in lane 2 is giving it a very good challenge right now. They have their 3 strong boy swimmers, and Waynesville again looks like they're going to have a young lady that is anchoring the relay, swimming freestyle. And the 3 boys give her a real good lead, and then she gives it all she has. So it'll be interesting to see how she's going to be able to finish. Waynesville has a real good shot of placing in the top 3. Going into the freestyle leg, Waynesville is pulled within a body length. Joe Hudipole is anchoring St. Xavier A's relay. The young lady from Waynesville has just entered the water. Lane 3, Anderson is in 3rd place at this time. St. Xavier B in lane 5 is in 4th place. Less than 2 lengths to go. Joe Hudipole has over a half of a full length lead over Waynesville, who is still holding on to 2nd. Anderson is closing in on 2nd place. St. Xavier B is in 4th place, coming off the 2nd turn on their last leg of the relay. Anderson has, on the last turn, now moved into 2nd place ahead of Waynesville. St. Xavier has finished first, breaking the meet record by almost 3 seconds with 3:35.70. An outstanding swim by St. Xavier 18. Anderson in lane 3 is second place. Waynesville in lane 2 is third place. Very fine swimmers for these athletes on a second day of 2 long days of competition.
Well, speaking of a long competition, we've got some coming up here next. The 1650-yard freestyle competitions for both the girls and boys.
Next event is the final meet.
As the swimmers clear the pool, we'll set this up for you. It's the long distance swim, 1,650-yard freestyle. Lane 1, top of your screen, Megan Ciccarelli from Sycamore, Sarah Turner from Anderson in lane 2, Mike Renane from Mount Notre Dame in 3, Emily Landon, Ursuline Academy in lane 4, Jenny Dahl, Ursuline Academy in lane 5, Sarah Wusick from Carroll is in lane 6, Jessica Humble from Chaminade in 7, and Mary Kramer, Ursuline Academy, is in lane 8. Ursuline Academy features 3 swimmers in this race. The meet record is held by Kathy Sewick from Turpin. She set that record in 1989. It's 17 minutes, 28.52 seconds.
Interesting to note that Emily Landon is entered at a 17:15. And oftentimes, the times that are entered in this, the coaches may have gotten this in a time trial or may have gotten it from an independent competition meet, U.S. swimming meet, something like that. But that is a time that Emily Landon has posted this season. We could see the record drop by a considerable amount.
Well, that's some 13 seconds less than the record.
Again, she explained in the first day of swimming when she was interviewed after winning one event that she has had the flu and is a little bit weak. And if you're weak swimming the mile, it's going to take its toll on you. This is 66 lengths of the pool. And if you are sick, you're not going to have too much of a chance to put in an outstanding performance. But she, at the first 2 lengths, has already taken the lead next to her teammate Jenny Dahl, who is in lane 5. I'm sure those two, if they can, will try to pace each other and stay with each other, help each other through the race this way. They'll be looking at each other. This is a strategy race. The swimmers know what their conditioning is. The coach knows what it also balances the stroke out quite a bit and does seem to be a nice breathing rhythm for the swimmer. Going into a turn, they oftentimes will breathe every stroke in order to get a little extra air because they are going to be underwater going into that turn and for the long push-off and the long glide coming off the wall. You will see a lot of different styles in breathing rhythms for the swimmers on this. Many of the swimmers in the water right now are either going with a 2-count or a 3-count rhythm. It is a race that does require rhythm and continuity in the stroke. They try to maintain a certain number of strokes per length. And if they can do that, then they know that they are holding a decent pace. They find that later on they have to start taking that extra stroke into the wall, then they're getting tired and falling off the pace and may not achieve the goal time that the coach has established for them. Jenny Dahl in lane 5 is still in second place. She's about a half a pool length behind Emily. Jenny looks very strong and I don't think is going to be too far out of this race. Sarah Turner from Anderson in lane 2 is still holding third place in this race. lap count, and he stopped at 450 yards briefly to see Jeff and his other competitor make the turn, and Danny was out of the race at that time. So those numbers do help the individual, and I'm sure after that Danny was a believer that the lap counters can help. At 1200, Emily's time is 12:35. In lane 5, Jenny Dahl has closed the gap quite a bit. She's only about 3 body lengths behind at this time, a little over 3 seconds behind. So, as we said earlier in the race, Jenny was staying within a half a length, and her race strategy must be different, and she is closing the gap. And maybe the flu has taken its effect on Emily at this time, and Jenny can see the wake from her kick, so she's going to give it a good go. We may have a different winner for this event. She's within a body length and a half at this time. There's still 15 lengths yet to go in this race, so Jenny is feeling pretty good, and Emily's worn out from the flu. We may have a different winner in this event. And Emily sees Jenny there. I'm sure this will give her a little shot of adrenaline to still make it go. They're much closer now, less than a body length at the turn. Sarah Turner from Anderson is still in 3rd place. Sarah is just a little more than half a length behind the leaders. Jenny Dahl, she's approaching the turn, has taken the lead over Emily. Well, 300 yards to go. Jenny has taken the lead. We have Jenny Dahl's father on the screen right now. It's Alan Dahl, and he's cheering. Looks like he's wearing himself out during this race as well. Alan's been a longtime supporter of competitive swimming in Cincinnati and been associated with Blue Ash YMCA, and this is where his family has had their training. Jenny has taken quite a lead now over Emily, 2 or 3 body lengths, with 9 lengths to go in the race. This will also be a gun lap event where the starter will fire the gun over the lead swimmer when they have 55 yards to go. That will let the swimmer know that they have 2 lengths plus 5 yards. They make the turn at the starting end and down and back, and they will have completed the race. Jenny's pulling out to about a 1/3 of a length lead at this time. Emily is still in 2nd place. Sarah Turner in lane 2 from Anderson is making her turn right now and is within a 1/3 of a length from Emily. I think if she gets in position where she can see Emily in this race, she's going to give it a good shot to try to get 2nd place. See the lap counter for Emily pumping the numbers up and down, and that's telling Emily, I'm sure, to get it in gear and get going. You're falling back. Sarah Turner from Anderson is now within a body length and a half of taking over 2nd place from Emily Landon at this time. Jenny Dahl is more than a half a length lead over Emily at this point. We are approaching the gun lap. Gun will be fired when Jenny gets underneath the backstroke flags. She has 50 yards to go. Her time is 16:54.54. She has 34 seconds to get down and back, and she can have herself a new meet record in this event. Sarah Turner on that turn has just taken the lead over Emily Landon for 2nd place. I don't know if Emily can see her, but Emily being sick, I'm sure is feeling her illness at this point. Sarah Turner is finishing very strong and will finish second in this race. Jenny Dahl is coming in under the flags and is going to touch the wall in first place at 17:25.86, which is a new meet record by a little over 2.5 seconds. Sarah Turner is second in lane 2 at 17:33. Emily Landon in lane 4 is third place with 17:36.66. Very good swims for these young ladies, being tired from their holiday training and so on and not rested and really not working out for this event at this time. Jessica Humble from Chaminade Julienne in lane 7 finished 4th place with a time of 17:54.86. Fifth place goes to Mike Turnian from Mount Notre Dame with a time of 18:28.70.
The winner is lane 5, Jenny Dahl, 17:25.86.
Megan Ciccarelli from Sycamore is in 6th place. Mary Kramer from Ursuline Academy in lane 8 is 7th place. And Sarah Woodchick from Dayton Carroll will be in 8th place in this event. These athletes deserve all the recognition that they can get for swimming that event. It's just a very grueling event at the end of a long weekend. The field has completed the event now at this time. We will be getting ready for the men's 1650 coming up here shortly. The official's responsibility during this event, before the event starts, is to make sure that there is a lap counter at the other end for every swimmer, and if this counter cannot be provided, the swimmer will not be permitted to swim the race.
Two records in the 3 events we've had so far this evening. Next event, the boys 1650-yard freestyle. Lane number 1, Brian Wood from Centerville, Chad Packer from Princeton in lane 2, James Marcotte, Walnut Hills in 3, Rob Drum from St. Xavier in lane 4, Aaron Heidenreich from Northwest in 5, Steve Pater, St. Xavier in 6, John Matangahan from Moeller in lane 7, and Brian Frost from Walnut Hills in lane 8.
The record in this event is 15:41.30, held by David Fairbanks from Sycamore, 1985. David was just an outstanding distance freestyler, and it's very possible that record is going to hold for a long time. David went on to be an outstanding collegiate swimmer and the United States swimmer for the University of Florida. In fact, in the 1988 Olympic trials, David missed making the U.S. Olympic team by 0.03 of a second in the 200-meter backstroke. Had to place in the top 2, and he was 3rd. Those types of efforts lend to the credibility of this meet and the type of athlete that comes out of this meet. It's one of the premier meets in the country, and as I understand it through other sources around the country, that it is the largest meet in the country of its type. And to the credit of the DMG Productions, it's the only meet that is televised, as I'm aware of. Rob Drum from St. Xavier in lane 4 at the 150 is out to a 3 or 4 body length lead. Now this is what Emily Landon did also in her race, and took a big lead early, and her conditioning and her illness, I think, it cost her for the length of the race. So we'll see how Rob goes on this one. Rob likes to take it out pretty quick and then hold on and maintain a good arm rate and he's doing that so far. The 66th length can take its toll. Second place is Darren Heidenreich from Northwest in lane 5 as they approach the 200-yard mark. Five other swimmers are still within a body length or two of each other for the other positions. Another duty of the officials during this event is to make sure that the lap counters do not turn their numbers until that time. A split of 4:56.55, so he's averaging less than 1 minute per 100. And this will keep him pretty much on pace with his entry time of 16:40 if he is able to maintain this pace throughout the race. He has almost a half a body length, or half of a pool length lead over Darren Heidenreich from Northwest in lane 5. And Jamie Marcotte and Brian Frost, both from Walnut Hills, are still in their battle for third place. Jamie is in lane 3, Brian Frost is in lane 8, so they can't see each other right now, and they're watching the clock to see how they go. This is a race where the swimmers will look at these scoreboards just to see what their pace up is, and many times the coaches will have these swimmers know exactly where they're supposed to be at this time. We have a picture of the crowd during the race. This is a hard race to stay in throughout. It's a lot different than the 50-yard freestyle where the whole crowd can get into it. During the preliminaries, this event is held after the relays during preliminaries, and you have the very deep fans of swimming, the parents and the coaches that will stay to watch the swimmers in this event. The house clears out quite a bit just because of the length of it. Unless you have a real good race between the first or second swimmers.
And the mom is into the race?
Either that or she's looking for her daughter. Darren Heidenreich from Northwest appears to have picked up his turnover at this point. He knows he's on the downside of this race as well, and has gotten back within a half a length behind Rob for this race. Jamie Marcotte is now solidly into third place, about 2 body lengths ahead of his teammate Brian Frost. See that the swimmers are in the last part of their race because many of them are starting to develop kicks, and they are kicking off the wall a little bit harder now to get themselves back into their stroke rhythm. As they get closer to the end, the kicks will start to increase. Rob is breathing every stroke and has been for the last several lengths. Occasionally he will take a breath on the other side just to see where the competitors are, but he's primarily breathing on the right side. Takes a look at the scoreboard each time he comes off his turn at the starting line. Most of the young men in this race are breathing every stroke or on a 2-count rhythm, whereas in the girls' race, many of the girls were maintaining 3-count or breathing every other stroke or stroke and a half. Approaching the 1,500-yard mark in the race. His time is going to be 15:08.72. There's 150 yards to go to completion. The gun lap will be coming up shortly. Rob has 100 yards to go, and his time is 15:40.19. This gives you an indication of just how strong of a swimmer David Fairbanks was, because David Fairbanks' time for this event is 15:41, and Rob still has 100 yards to swim. Gun lap is coming. When Rob gets under the backstroke flags, the recall starter will fire the pistol indicating Rob has 50 yards to go until the finish of the race. Split is 16:11.60 with 2 lengths to go. Darren Heidenreich from Northwest in lane 5 has closed the gap by 2 body lengths or so. That's just a little too much to make up. Third place is Jamie Marcotte from Walnut Hills, making the turn for his last 2 lengths. Fourth place in lane 8, Brian Frost from Walnut Hills has made his turn with 2 lengths to go. Rob is coming under the flags, 5 yards to the finish. Time is going to be 16:41.27. Entered at 16:40. That's a very good entry time and good swim. He accomplished apparently what his coach wanted him to accomplish, to get within that time at this stage in his training. This is only a college event, and this time can be used as a recruiting tool because it is held in an approved meet. And times are used for cutoff times. So college coaches do like to look at these times because very seldom will high school swimmers have the opportunity to swim a college event. We have a number of college coaches in the audience that have been here throughout the weekend, so they understand this meet and know that it does highlight the best of swimming in southwestern Ohio, which has a rich tradition of swimming. Darren Heidenreich finished second with a time of 16:47.23. Jamie Marcotte, 16:58.28, was third place.
Jenny Gordon has a winner with her down at poolside. Jenny?
I'm here with Jenny Dahl of Ursuline, who just won the girls 1650 freestyle in a meet record time of 17:25.86. You were behind until about 300 left. Did you have a plan that way?
No, not really. I didn't anticipate coming back that way, because I usually just go out and never really end up like coming back harder in the second half of the race. But I don't know, it just seemed, I guess when I saw that I was passing Emily, I was kind of started being more motivated to go faster, I guess.
Did you see her the whole race? Did you know where she was?
I saw her like on the turns, like her coming out and me going in, and I saw her the whole time, but I don't know.
Is that a good time for you?
Yeah, it's my best time this season, and I don't think I went any faster last year, so it's a pretty good time for me.
Congratulations, great race.
Thanks.
That was a great race and a new meet record for Jenny Dahl. Now the swimmers have cleared the pool from the boys' 1650-yard freestyle. Our next event is the girls' 200-yard individual medley consolation final. In lane 1, Jenny Eckert from Fairfield, Katie Miller from Fairfield in lane 2, Jocelyn Brumwell from Talawanda in 4, Angie Rosser Anderson in 5, Lori Boyle from Green Hills in 6. She's our flute player. Sarah Pinney from Turpin in 7, and Debbie Kyle from New Richmond in lane 8.
This is a high school event, the 200-yard individual medley. It's from 2 lengths of each stroke, butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, and in this case, crawl. Since it is a high school event, they must swim the crawl stroke as the 4th leg. Angie Rosser from Anderson is in lane 5. Angie is a strong butterflyer and backstroker and has taken a body length lead going into the first turn on backstroke. We see a number of the swimmers doing the new turn that is allowed for high school backstroke this year. And they appear to have accepted this turn and have practiced it very well. Into the breaststroke leg, Angie still is in the lead. Lane 4, Jocelyn Grunwell from Talawanda is a breaststroker and appears to be closing the gap. Jenny Eckert in lane 1 from Fairfield is also a breaststroker and has made the turn at 2nd or 3rd place. Lori Boyle from Green Hills in lane 6 is in the race. We have a very good race for 2nd place right now, and the whole field is closing in on Angie. Angie is also a good freestyler, so I think that she's going to be in good shape to win the consolation event. 3 girls turned together going into freestyle. Jenny Eckert from Fairfield, Jocelyn Grunwell from Talawanda, and Lori Boyle from Green Hills. So a very nice race for 2nd place at this time. Lori Boyle made the turn first and looks like she has a good hold for 2nd place. Angie Rosser is approaching the flags, 5 yards to the finish. Her time of 2:15:34 is 4.5 seconds better than what she swam earlier today. That would have placed her 5th or 6th in the championship final event had she been able to swim that time this morning. 2nd place was Lori Boyle from Green Hills.
Let's see who Jeannie Gordon has with her down at poolside.
I'm here with Rob Drum of St. X High School, who just won the men's 1650 freestyle in a time of 16:41:27. Did you feel good today?
I felt a little better than yesterday. I felt pretty good. I just kept my stroke long and smooth and swam like that, see how it went.
You were pretty far ahead the whole race. Is that difficult? Would you rather have someone on your tail?
No, I like being far ahead. You swim in clear water and you don't want anyone drafting off you. So I was glad I was pretty far ahead.
Are you where you want to be at this point in the season?
Yeah, pretty much so. I feel confident going into the state meet that I should be able to do well. So, I mean, I'm happy with the swim. I'm swimming all right for where I am in the season, so nothing more you can ask for.
Congratulations, good race.
All right, thanks.
Okay, setting the lanes for the championship final, girls 200-yard individual medley. Stephanie Campbell from Centerville in lane 1. Tina Silversack in lane 2. She's from St. Ursula. Cynthia Jansen and Michelle McCarthy, both from Oak Hills, in lanes 3 and 4. Rachel Gustin from Seven Hills in lane 5. Leigh Bassler from Sycamore in lane 6. Julie Spire from McCauley in lane 7. And Amy Fritsch from Oak Hills is in lane 8.
An official raises in lane 7. Looks like a disqualification for the swimmer in lane 7. That's Julie Spire from McCauley. We'll have to wait until the conclusion of the race to find out. It was going into the breaststroke leg, and oftentimes the call that is made is when the swimmer takes the pull, they may have put in a dolphin kick or a flutter kick to help them off the wall a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see what that is. Rachel Guston from Seven Hills is in the lead by half a body length over Michelle McCarthy from Oak Hills into the freestyle leg. Going into the turn, Rachel has almost a body length lead over Michelle McCarthy coming into the finish. There are 2 minutes right now. The record is 2:07:52, so we may be looking at another meet record. It'll be very close. 2:06:88, a new meet record by 0.7 of a second. Michelle McCarthy, 2:08:40 was second place. She was only 9 tenths off the old record. The record was held by Stephanie Zunick from Roger Bacon in 1985, and Stephanie is right now a national level swimmer for the University of Florida. Is one of the top swimmers. Observing the official talking to the swimmer Julie Spire from McCulley on lane 7, it appears that it was a dolphin kick as she pulled out on her breaststroke from backstroke to breaststroke. Third place was Cynthia Jansen from Oak Hills with 2:11:16. Tina Silversack was 2:13:25.
The next event, the boys' 200-yard individual medley consolation final. John Bossert from St. Xavier in lane 1, Eric Lime from Troy in 2, Lee Litherland from Waynesville in 3, Randy Kruger and Mariemont in 4, John Nieberding, St. Xavier in lane 5, Mike Duckfire Anderson in 6, Griff Jones from Arcanum in 7, and Rick Herman from Fairmount in lane 8.
Lane 7, Griff Jones, Arcanum, and lane 8, Rick Herman, Fairmount.
John Bossert from St. Xavier in lane 1 has the early lead after the butterfly leg. About a half a body length lead going into the backstroke. The rest of the field are side by side. Randy Kruger from Marymount in lane 4 is a backstroker. That is his specialty. And is along with John Nieberding from St. Xavier in lane 5 are working into the lead. Randy Kruger has now taken the lead going into the breaststroke leg. Griff Jones in lane 7 from Arcanum is challenging for second place. Randy Kruger from Marymount is still in the lead, followed very closely by John Nieberding from St. Xavier. John is a freestyler, so it'll be interesting to see if he is going to be able to press Randy to finish this race. They were only 0.2 of a second apart in preliminaries. They turned identical times, 1:36:11 going into the freestyle leg, so we should have a very good finish. They're both next to each other. They're going to be looking at each other. Right now, Randy is looking and is taking just a little bit of a lead, maybe 1/10 of a second into the final turn, but John just had an outstanding turn coming off the wall and has retaken the lead and is pulling away. He's almost a half a body length ahead going under the flags and will touch in a time of 2:04:07, which is over a second and a half faster than what he swam this morning. Randy Kruger from Marymount was second place with a 2:04:83. A little over half a second faster than what he swam this morning. So those are very good swims for those young men. Third place was Lee Litherland from Waynesville with a time of 2:05:88.
Let's see if Ginny has found Rachel Guston yet.
I'm here with Rachel Guston of Seven Hills, who just won the women's 200 individual medley in a record time of 2:06:88. You dropped almost 5 seconds tonight. What did you do different?
Well, I really didn't. This morning wasn't very good at all. I mean, that was not a good swim at all, and the whole thing just needed to be a lot faster.
The girl next to you was up ahead of you until the last part of the breaststroke. Were you conscious over there?
Yeah, I knew she was there. I knew she would be ahead because she's a really good backstroker.
You're kind of a breaststroker and a freestyler, so you knew your best part was at the end?
Yeah.
So you weren't worried about her?
I was worried about her, but I just didn't know what was going to happen.
Congratulations, great race.
Thank you.
Rachel Guston's having a great meet. That's the second record she set. Next event, the boys 200-yard individual medley championship final. Lane 1, Keith McCarty from Beaver Creek. Pat Van Norman from Troy is in lane 2. Mike Andrews from St. Xavier in 3. Joe Beautiful, St. Xavier in 4. Marty Hubble, Waynesville in 5. Jerry Stevens Anderson in 6. Derek Shear, Cincinnati Country Day in 7. And Jason Davis, St. Xavier is in lane 8.
Marty Hubble from Waynesville in lane 5 was the third-place finisher in the high school state championships in this event last year. He has some tough competition with the top qualifier, Joe Hudepohl from St. Xavier. This is not a standard event for Joe. Joe is more of a freestyle swimmer. So he's been swimming a lot of off events for him. Not saying that they're weak events, they're just different events for Joe. And this is a chance for him to do other things other than his specialties, which is good at this time. The swimmer may not get into a rut this way and swimming these particular events all the time. He has the opportunity to swim other events to his advantage. Try other things right now. He has the lead. He split it at the butterfly was 44-33. Mike Andrews. Mike Andrews in lane 3 is a backstroker and is staying very close to Joe Hudepohl as they're approaching the breaststroke leg. Joe is in at first at 53-11 split, Mike 54-26. Marty Hubble in lane 5 is a breaststroker, so we'll see just how much he will be able to bring it back. Marty turned into breaststroke 4th or 5th place and has now moved back into 2nd place. And has moved within a body length of Joe Hudepohl. They were 1 second apart in qualifying this morning in preliminaries. But Joe is a freestyle sprinter, so he's getting to the strength of his race. Mike Andrews turns at 3rd. And Jerry Stevens from Anderson is a very close 4th. Joe Hudepohl is showing his strength in this race now. He's pulled out to about a 3 body length lead and touches in 1:53.33, 0.5 of a second off of Jerry Frenso's record. Jerry swam for Roger Bacon and broke the record in 1984. Marty Hubble was second with a 1:56.14. Marty's time in the state meet last year was 1:54.20, so they're less than 2 seconds. Marty is less than 2 seconds from the state meet time, and not being rested or tapered in any way, that's a good indication that he will swim well.
Officials are trying to get this meet off in a hurry here, and we've got the girls lined up for the 100-yard freestyle consolation final. Noel Webster in lane 1. She's from Ross, Ohio. Heather Fitzgerald McNicholas in 2. Sarah Westrick, Hamilton Baden in 3. Chrissy Fott, Vandalia Butler in 4. Andrea Lemick, Roger Bacon in 5. Cammie Runzo, Fairmouth in 6. Laura Gale, Centerville in 7. And Debbie Kyle, New Richmond in lane 8.
Chrissy Fott from Vandalia Butler is out to a body length lead as she's approaching her 3rd and final turn with 25 yards to go. And the rest of the field is pretty much a straight line across, so anyone can get second at this time. It appears that lane 2, Heather Fitzgerald from McNicholas and Andrea Lemick from Roger Bacon are in the closest battle for 2nd place. First place, 53.85, was Chrissy Fott from Vandalia Butler. That is 2 seconds faster than what she swam this morning. 2nd place, Heather Fitzgerald from McNicholas, 55.63. 1 second faster than what she swam this morning. That is a sprint. The swimmers go for it very hard, and it's very easy to drop your time in that event in the finals.
The swimmers are getting ready now for the championship final, the girls' 100-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Jenny Dahl from Ursuline Academy. Lisa Eck from Fairmount in lane 2. Holly Opel from Ursuline Academy in 3. Denise McCarthy, Oak Hills in 4. Julie Spire McCauley in lane 5. Tara Clevenger from Fairmont Northeast in 6. Shannon Kiley, Ursuline Academy in 7. And Dana Gutch from Walnut Hills in 8.
Julie Spire from McCully was third in this event last year in the state championships, but we have to remember Julie just swam the 200 individual medley, so we don't know if she had enough time to recover going into this race. Dana Getch from Walnut Hills, who was in lane 8, was 6th in this event in the state meet last year. Denise McCarthy from Oak Hills appears to have a very slight lead over 4 other swimmers. And did turn first with a time of 26:38. It was a very tight pack for the swimmers all the way across. Dana Getch in lane 8 is very close to the lead and turned about 3rd, maybe 4th. Have Denise McCarthy from Oak Hills is in a slight lead. Very close race for second. Dana Getch on the outside lane did pull it up and finish first with a time of 54:51. 1 second, a little over 1 second faster than what she had this morning. Denise McCarthy 54:56, just a little bit slower, half a second slower than what she swam this morning. Julie Spire, 4th place with a 55:09. And that's following the 200 individual medley, so she has to be pretty tired right now. She only had less than 10 minutes rest going from one event to the other, and that's pretty hard to do.
Next event, the boys 100-yard freestyle consolation final. Scott Doyne from Indian Hill in lane 1, Todd Brinkman, Alter in lane 2, Brian Frost from Walnut Hills in 3, Aaron Heidenreich, Northwest in 4, Scott Wolf, Centerville in 5, Griff Jones, Arcanum in 6, Brian Wood, Centerville in 7, Mike Long, Lakota in lane 8.
Lane 2, John Brinkman, Alter. Lane 3, Brian Frost, Walnut Hills. Lane 4, Aaron Heidenreich, Northwest. Lane 5, Scott Wolf, Centerville. Lane 6, Griff Jones, Arcanum.
Scott Wolf from Centerville and has a slight lead going into the turn at the 50 with a split of 23:62. Lane 8, Mike Wong from Lakota looks like he's going to approach the turn 2nd or 3rd. Scott Wolf from Centerville still has a slight lead. Brian Frost from Walnut Hills appears to be coming in close to 2nd. Mike Wong from Lakota in lane 8 is 3rd. So first place 50.09 goes to Scott Wolf from Centerville. 2nd place 50.25 Brian Frost from Walnut Hills, and in 3rd place Mike Wong, Lakota, with a time of 50.50 out in lane 8. Oftentimes swimmers like to get in that outside lane because the rest of the swimmers and the top qualifiers cannot see them out there. They have nothing to lose, and that gives them a little incentive just to go for it. Their best shot.
Coming up next, the championship final, boys 100-yard freestyle. In lane 1, Trip Breen from Centerville, Jason Russo Anderson in 2, Jason Prater from Waynesville in lane 3, Carl Shear from Cincinnati Country Day in 4, Derek Shear from Cincinnati Country Day in 5, Brian Gubbard from St. Xavier in 6, Brad Watterson Turpin in 7, and Sean Trocan from St. Xavier in lane 8.
Carl Shear from Cincinnati Country Day, the top qualifier in this event, was 5th in the state meet in this event last year. His time last year was a 47:21. The sprinters are not quite at their peak yet. They have not really trained for it. Jason Prater in lane 3 has taken an early lead and turns first at the 50 with a split of 23:08. Carl is closing the gap on Jason. They have a good swim with Brad Watterson and Turpin in lane 7. Carl appears to have taken the lead on the final turn. He's breathing every 4 or 5 strokes. Jason Prater 2nd, Brad Watterson 3rd as they approach the flags, and it is Carl Shear first with a time of 48:48. Jason Prater, Waynesville in lane 3 was 2nd with a time of 48:99. In 3rd place was Brad Watterson from Turpin with a 49:15. These were all faster than what they swam this morning in preliminaries.
The girls' 50-yard butterfly up next. Consolation final round will feature Lori Schumacher from Beaver Creek in lane 1. Jane Marston, Talawanda in 2. Kate Goodby from Springboro in 3. Sarah Turpin in 4. Erin Powers from Sycamore in 5. Sharon Arnold from Anderson in 6. Lynn Angus from Fairfield in 7. And Emily Sexton, Sycamore in lane 8.
We have an open lane in lane 8, so the officials are looking to see if we have an alternate to put into that lane so we can have a full complement of competitors. They're asking them to step down off the block so they can locate the alternate swimmer for that event. Opportunity at any other time because of the elite swimmer that we have in the Cincinnati area. So this is a good boost for programs if these younger swimmers are second string or third string swimmers have an opportunity to show, and they are interviewed, get the awards. The only thing that is different is that it's not being scored in the team standings. Sarah Kerfman from Turpin in lane 4 appears to be the winner with a time of 29:87. That was faster than she swam this morning by approximately half a second. This being a new event this year, the winner of this next heat, the championship final coming up, will be the record holder. Now, the top qualifier currently holds the record by having the fastest time in preliminaries this morning, and that's Lori Wilson from Milford with a time of 29:43. It's a very close field. There are 6 swimmers in the 29 seconds. They're only 7/10 of a second apart, so it can be anybody's race to see how they do.
Well, let's set the lanes now. The championship final, girls 50-yard butterfly. Tara Hastings from Beaver Creek in lane 1. Allie Jacobs, Fairfield in 2. Brandy Ivy, Ursuline Academy in 3. Lori Wilson, Milford in 4. Julia Pinocchio from Summit Country Day in 5. Vern Howard from Turpin in 6. Lori Wittich from Seton in lane 7. And Julie Gazdick from Sycamore in lane 8.
Pretty long hold on the blocks that time by the starter, and he wanted the swimmers to settle down and get into a stationary position. The starter has the option of either sending them back up and settling them down, but they looked like they fell into place and he got them off to a good start. As you said, it's going to be real hard to call to see who's going to win because there are so many swimmers very close to each other. Looks like lane 5 and lane 4, lane 6. Lori Wilson, 28:83 from Milford, and has lowered her record from this morning by almost a half a second, 0.4 of a second drop. I'm sure she's going to be excited about winning that event.
Well, by virtue of the fact that this is a new event, she's just set a meet record.
Exactly. She set it earlier this morning in preliminaries and came back and beat it again tonight. And she had some very stiff competition in that. Second place was 29:05 as Brandy Ivy from Ursuline Academy. In third place, 29:15, was Julie Pinocchio from Summit Country Day, 29:15.
For our next event, the boys' 50-yard butterfly consolation final has Chris Morlock, Walnut Hills in lane 1, Grant Mussman, St. Xavier in 2, Eric Murphy from Moeller in 3, Bill Sargent, Fairfield in 4, Eric Grasha from Walnut Hills in 5, Dan Kim, Hamilton Baden in 6, Matt Bellerson, St. Xavier in 7, and Randy Main from Moeller in lane 8.
We have an open lane in lane 6, so the officials have asked them to step down again so they can find an alternate to fill the event.
This is the boys' 50-yard butterfly consolation final. 2 lengths in the pool. After the turn, it looks like lane 5, Eric Roger. Very close. And it is lane 5, Eric Roger from Walnut Hills to win. The time of .79 seconds. It's about 0.2 of a second less than the time from this morning. And now the next we'll have the championship final boys 50-yard butterfly. With Derek Meyer from Milford in lane 1, Brad Bolton from Fairfield in lane 2, Brian Hastings from Beaver Creek in 3, Steve Angus from Fairfield in 4, Chris Humphreyville from Centerville in lane 5, Matt Bauer from Elbert in 6, Greg Finland from Richmond in 7, and Sean Martin from Fairmount in lane 8.
Event with a time of 26:70. Steve had a very good start. Did not come up first after the first stroke, but it appeared to be the first swim in the water, so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to be okay to hold on. Chris Humphreyville from Centerville in lane 5 appears to be in the lead at the turn. Derek Meyer from Milford over in lane 1 has given it a very good race. Lane 3, Brian Hastings from Beaver Creek is pulling in. And the touch is lane 5, first place with a time of 26:28. This is a new record again, breaking the record from the preliminaries this morning. There's Chris Humphreyville from Centerville with a time of 26:28. Second place, Brian Hastings from Beaver Creek with a time of 26:38. Third place was lane 1, Derek Meyer from Milford, time of 26:39. They all bettered their times from this morning. Some very good swims.
Harry Taylor from Mount Notre Dame in lane 2. Gary Ivers from St. Ursula in 3. Aaron Jameson from Finneytown in 4. Aaron Miller from Fairfield in lane 5. Megan Ciccarelli from Sycamore in lane 6. Joy Godby from Springboro in 7. And
Finneytown is coming back very strong under the flag. It appears that she is going to win this race, which she did in time of 2:20.20, which is 2 seconds faster than what she had this morning. Chris Banks from Beaver Creek is in second place over in lane 1, approximately 7 seconds faster than what she swam this morning. So that was an outstanding swim for Chris. She'll feel very good about it. Third place, Gary Ivers for St. Ursula with a time of 2:21.59, which is 2.5 second drop.
48. That was your brother swimming right next to you. Were you conscious of it?
Yeah, I wanted him to place well. He didn't do as well as I'd hoped, so it's okay though.
Is it a close race? Do you ever watch anyone else, or do you just get in there and swim?
I was aware of Jason Prater was ahead of me through most of the race, and I beat him on the last turn. So yeah, I know where he was.
Are you happy with your time at this time of year?
Yeah, it's pretty good for this pool and this meet. It's good swim.
Congratulations, great race.
Thank you very much.
our next event, the championship final of the girls 200-yard butterfly. Tara Clevenger from Fairmont Northeast in lane 1. Shannon Kiley, Ursuline Academy in lane 2. Amy Fritch, Oak Hills in 3. Tina Silversack, the record holder in this event from St. Ursula, is in lane 4. Jennifer Hartsock in Waynesville in lane 5. Sarah Turner, Anderson, lane 6. Sarah Pinney from Turpin in 7. And Kate Miller from Fairfield in lane 8.
Swimmers all came down on command that time, so the starter was able to get them off right away. And this is what the swimmers are hoping to do. If they all appear to get into the starting position right away, the starter can release them and get them off that block immediately. And then you don't have a problem with the chance of somebody getting disqualified. Tina Silversack in lane 4, representing St. Ursula, is the meet record holder in this event. Turned first at the 50 with a time of 28.88. The time this morning was 2:07.55, which is just a little less than 2 seconds off the meet record performance. Usually, when they know that they can qualify very high, if not first, they will not swim their hardest in preliminaries. They will swim just to get into that final heat, and then we'll try to come back with their best swim in the finals that evening. Jennifer Hartsock from Waynesville, a ninth grader, swimming. Very close, half a second behind Tina at 100. Their splits are 101.19, 101.61. Tina has been Madam Butterfly in the Cincinnati area for several years now. Looks like Jennifer Hartsock from Waynesville might be taking over that position after Tina graduates. Tina's only a junior, so these two are going to be going after each other again. Tina showing her strength at this time coming into the 150. She's taking the body length and a half lead. A split of 133.59. With 2 lengths to go, she is going to have to swim very hard to get the record. Will have to come back in 32 seconds. It's going to be extremely hard to do at this point, but Tina is very strong and might be able to do it. Has 14 seconds to complete this race and approach her record. There's about a 4 body length lead over Jennifer Hartsock. Amy Critch from Oak Hills is closing in and is giving Jennifer Hartsock a good race for second. 2:07.32 is the winning time for Tina Silversack. 2/10 faster than what she had this morning. Jennifer Hartsock from Waynesville is in second place with 2:11.67. And Amy Critch from Oak Hills is in third place with 2:12.01.
On the women's 100 freestyle in a time of 54.51. You were in the outside lane and snuck up and won the race. How did you feel tonight?
I felt okay. I just decided to take it out and see what I could do from then. See, and like look where everyone else was this time.
Did it bother you swimming in the end lane?
No, not at all.
How's your training going this year?
Fine.
Are you where you want to be in the season?
Yeah, this is pretty good.
Congratulations on a great race.
Thanks.
As the ladies clear the pool, we got ready for the boys' 200-yard butterfly consolation final. Dan Birdsong from Princeton in lane 1. Mike Schramm, St. Xavier in lane 2. Lee Litherland, Waynesville in 3. Scott Doyne from Indian Hill in lane 4. Jimmy Cantor, Beaver Creek in 5. Lee Kammerer, St. Xavier in 6. Jason Medler, Bethel Tate in 7. And Ed Weir from St. Xavier in 8.
200-yard butterfly. The old meet record was held by George Rathman from St. Xavier since 1984 with a time of 156.28. Joe Hudipole coming up in the championship final broke that record this morning with a 153.69. So we'll be interested to see how he will swim that race tonight. In this race right now, Mike Schramm from St. Xavier in lane 2 appears to have the lead at the third turn as they're coming in for the 100 split. We have 5 or 6 swimmers that are half a body length apart from each other as they're approaching the 100 split. Lane 6 appears to have the fastest swimmer at the 100 at 59.16. That's Lee Kammerer from St. Xavier. St. Xavier has 3 swimmers in this event, and 4 swimmers in the championship final coming up, so butterfly is a very strong suit for them. Lee Kammerer from St. Xavier appears to still have the lead at 125 points. 3 swimmers in a real close race for second place. It's Mike Schramm, St. Xavier, Lee Litherland, Waynesville, and Jimmy Cantor from Beaver Creek. With 2 lengths to go, it's closing very quickly. Jimmy Cantor from Beaver Creek is pulling in to the lead at the final turn. He's past Lee Kammerer from St. Xavier. Had a real good turn and is now about a half a body length in the lead at this point. Good race between Scott Doyne from Indian Hill and Lee Litherland from Waynesville for second place. First place, 2:05.88, goes to Jimmy Cantor from Beaver Creek. Second place to Scott Doyne from Indian Hill, 2:06.78. These are very good drops from what they had this morning. Approximately 4-second time improvement from this morning.
Jenny, who have you got down there?
I'm here with Tina Silversack of St. Ursula, who just won the women's 200 butterfly in a time of 2:07.32. pretty tough race to swim twice in one day. Were you tired?
Yeah, it takes a lot out of you. It's really hard in the morning, but I got some rest when I got home today, and I came back and I felt really good about holding my time the same.
How was your swim tonight? Were you happy with it?
Yeah, that's right around my best this season, so that's really good. I'm glad to be consistent.
Is your training going well this year?
Yeah, it's going really well. I'm having some really good practice times, and my times in the meets are really looking good, so I'm really happy.
Well, good luck in sectionals.
Thank you very much.
Let's set the lanes for the championship final of the boys 200-yard butterfly. In lane 1, James Marcotte from Walnut Hills, Brian Kaplan from Walnut Hills in lane 2, and Jason Davis from St. Xavier in lane 3. Joe Hudipole from St. Xavier in 4, John Pater from St. Xavier in 5, Brad Watterson from Turpin in lane 6, John Bossert from St. Xavier in 7, and John Matangahan from Moeller in lane 8.
As we said during the consolation final, Joe Hudipole was in the championship final and did break the meet record in this event in the preliminaries, breaking the record by 2.5 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see if he swam this morning for the record or if he's going to come back and finish strong yet tonight. He's shown his versatility in this meet by swimming the butterfly, the individual medley, and many other events that he normally does not compete in. Freestyle is his best event, and that's where he is a world-class athlete. Turn first with a time of 25.97 at the 50. Second place is John Pater from St. Xavier. And very close behind Jason Davis from St. Xavier is in third place at the turn as they are approaching the 100 halfway point in the race. Joe Hudipole turns first with a split of 54.49 at the 100. John Pater is second with 56.57. Jason Davis 57.90 is in third place in lane 3. Joe looks very strong right now. He should be pretty tired from the number of swims that he's had in this meet and the record performances that he's been putting in for us. Has about a 3 body length lead over John Pater from St. Xavier, his teammate. Time in a time of 1:23.79. Looks like he's given it a good shot trying to come back and break his own record again. Brad Watterson from Turpin in lane 6 has pulled into third place and is starting to challenge John Pater for second place. Joe has 10 yards to go to the finish. He's approaching the flags. Has about 4 seconds to get in. He is just about there. Touches in 1:53.92. He missed his morning time by 2/2500ths of a second. Very good swim for Joe to come back and swim that fast again this evening. And second place goes to Brad Watterson from Turpin, who had a real good finish, finishing 200ths of a second ahead of John Pater.
The next event is the girls' 100-yard breaststroke consolation final. Michelle Doty from Lakota in lane 1, Mindy Cozumel from Miamisburg in 2, Emily Oss from Turpin in 3, Nancy Conway, Ursuline Academy in 4, Carrie Bennett from Sycamore in lane 5, Tricia Lemire from Seton in 6, Laura Fagel from Ursuline Academy in 7, and Liz Perkoski from Springboro in lane 8.
The 100-yard breaststroke this year is the Don Holmes Award and the special awards that we are presenting. Don Holmes is a past president of the association. His daughter was a breaststroker and is here to present the award. We will talk about Heather as we get to that phase of the event. Turning first in a time of 33.58 in lane 5 is Carrie Bennett from Sycamore. Nancy Conway from Ursuline Academy appears to have taken over the lead as they are approaching the turn for the final length of the race. Nancy has taken a pretty good lead, is almost a body length ahead at this point. There's a very good race for second place between 4 girls. Mindy Posnell, Emily Ossie, Carrie Bennett, and Tricia Lehmeyer are all in very good positions for second. First place is going to go to Nancy Conway with a time of 1:10.78. Second place goes to Tricia Lehmeyer from Seton with a time of 1:12.19. Third place goes to Carrie Bennett from Sycamore with a time of 1:12.67. These are all faster times than what they swam this morning. Carrie's 2 or 3 tenths of a second slower, but very good swims for these girls in the consolation final.
To set the lane now after this interview for Ginny Gordon.
I'm here with Joe Hudipole of St. X, who won the 200 butterfly in a time of 1:53.92, and earlier this evening won the 200 IM in the time of 1:53.33. Are you pretty tired after winning both those races in the same evening?
Yeah, a little bit.
How was your race, your butterfly tonight?
It was a little tiring after the IM, but otherwise it felt all right.
And how did you feel about your IM?
I felt pretty good about it. I mean, I thought I did pretty well.
How's your training going? Are you where you want to be at this time in the season?
Yeah, I think so. Right where I think I should be.
Well, good luck in sectionals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now for the championship final, the girls' 100-yard breaststroke. These swimmers competing for the Don Holmes Award. Laura Gale in lane 1, she's from Centerville. Mike Unane from Mount Notre Dame in lane 2. Jocelyn Grunwell from Tonawanda in 3. Rachel Gustin from Seven Hills in lane 4. Cynthia Jansen, Oak Hills in lane 5. Jessica Humble from Chaminade in lane 6. Jenny Eckert from Fairfield in 7. And Erin Warner, Fairmount in lane 8.
Jenny Eckert, Fairfield. And lane 8, Erin Warner, Fairmount.
Rachel Gustin from Seven Hills in lane 4 was the top qualifier this morning in the preliminaries. And Rachel was second in this event in the state meet last year, only as a freshman. Cynthia Jansen from Oak Hills is in lane 5 and was fourth in this meet last year. And Cynthia was also a freshman last year. These girls are the 2 top breaststrokers in the city, and they're only sophomores. Rachel is in the lead going into the halfway point, a split of 31.19. Cynthia second, 31.78. Cynthia is about a half a body length behind Rachel at this point. They're both swimming very hard. Rachel comes out a little bit higher in the water than Cynthia. With breaststroke, you will see a lot of different strokes and techniques. Rachel had a good turn. Cynthia also had a good turn. Under the flags and approaching the wall, Rachel had time winning with a time of 1:05.14, over 2 seconds faster than what she had this morning. Cynthia Jansen was second with a 1:06.21. The record is held by Stephanie Zunick from Roger Bacon, who is a national athlete swimming at the University of Florida and is a breaststroker. Rachel was given it her best shot to go for that record tonight. Missed it by 0.6 of a second. She's only a sophomore. 0.6 of a second can come down very easily in the next 2 years.
She'll be back.
That's right.
Setting the lanes now for the boys' 100-yard breaststroke consolation final. Brian Ferry from Anderson in lane 1. Mark Lombaugh, Elder in 2. Mark Houston from Alter in 3. Joff Patterson from Milford in 4. John Maddox, St. Xavier in 5. Pete Bauer, Beaver Creek in 6. Paul Hanacki, Beaver Creek in 7. And Peter Schauer from Walnut Hills in lane 8.
Jeff Patterson from Milford also is giving a very good race. John Maddox from St. Xavier is challenging to win this consolation final. It'll be close at the finish. We had lane 3, Mark Houston from Alter winning with a time of 1:05.44. John Maddox from St. Xavier, 0.05 of a second behind with a time of 1:05.49. Third place in lane 7 was Paul Hanacki from Beaver Creek with a time of 1:05.96.
Don, a former president of the Officials Association, died unexpectedly last year and will be missed by all. The award
Go down to poolside with Jenny Gordon for the presentation of the Don Holmes Award.
Just won the women's 100 breaststroke in a time of 105.14, excuse me. Are you getting tired yet?
Yeah, I'm really tired. I can't wait to go to bed.
How's the rest of your season going?
It's going really well. I'm about where I expected to be, so that's
Good. We also have Heather Holmes, who's going to present the Don Holmes Award for the winner of the women's 100 breaststroke.
Congratulations. My dad loves swimming, so I'm really glad. I'm really proud to give this to you.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck at state.
Thank you.
Southwest Officials Association. The award is given to the winner of the girls' 100-yard breaststroke, an event which Don watched his daughter swim many times. Don's daughter, Heather, here to give the presentation.
Heather is competing for Bowling Green State University and drove down to present this award tonight and is going to drive back after the meet tonight. So this shows her dedication to the sport as well.
Well, let's set the lanes for the championship final of the boys' 100-yard breaststroke. Rick Herman from Fairmont in lane 1, Jerry Stevens from Anderson in 2, Joe Rapogel from St. Xavier in lane 3, Marty Hubble from Waynesville in lane 4, Jason Druso, Anderson in lane 5, Carl Shearer, Cincinnati Country Day in 6, Ian Ross from Fremont in lane 7, and Jack Van Arsdale from Beaver Creek in lane 8.
Marty Hubble from Waynesville was second in this event in the state meet last year with a time of 58.81. His qualifying time this morning was about 2 seconds slower than what he did in last year's state meet. He is approaching the split. 28.22 is his 50 split. Very close behind Jason Druso from Anderson. Marty is coached by Ken Stopcotty out of Countryside Y. Ken has developed quite a program in Cincinnati, and his Waynesville swimmers have shown this in the last several years. Marty had an outstanding third turn. He's approaching the flags, 5 yards from the finish. Sure, he's trying to break 1 minute for the first time this season. He touches the wall in 59.30. That's his best time for the season. It's a 2.5 drop, and that is a new meet record by 0.6 of a second, breaking Todd Radle's record. Todd was from Western Hills High School, breaking the record in 1989.
That's 5 meet records that have fallen today alone. The next event, the girls' 50-yard backstroke. Consolation final. We have Corey Sala from St. Ursula in lane 1, Jennifer Hampton, Wilmington in lane 2, Missy Nender from Troy in lane 3, Jessica Close from Princeton in lane 4, Carrie Gorman from Milford in lane 5, Lynn Stofford from Sycamore in lane 6, Jenny Young from Anderson in 7, and Carrie Pennington from Turpin in 8.
This is another one of our non-scoring events that we added this year. Many new swimmers in this, and this is an exciting event for these kids. Looks like lane 3, Missy Nender from Troy is going to be our winner with a time of 31.98. 1/10 of a second ahead of lane 5, Carrie Gorman from Milford with a time of 32.09.
That is now the meet record, and we'll go on to the next heat to see if it can be beaten. Coming up is the championship final of the girls' 50-yard backstroke. In lane 1, Kate Godby from Springboro, Kara Hastings from Beaver Creek in lane 2, Marnie Breen from Centerville in lane 3, Heather Fitzgerald McNicholas in lane 4, Christy Reeskamp from Seton in lane 5, Lori Kearns from Sycamore in 6, Michelle Murphy from Anderson in 7, and Annie Greenlee from Centerville in lane 8. Before they get going, Jenny Gordon has an interview for us.
I'm here with Marty Hubble of Waynesville. He just won the men's 100 breaststroke in a time of 59.30, which is a new meet record. You dropped some time tonight. How did you feel?
I felt all right. I was still a little tired from 200 IM, but I felt a lot better than this morning.
How's the rest of the meet going for you?
It's all right. It's almost over, so that's pretty good.
Are you pretty tired from the whole weekend event?
Yeah, a little. I'm all right.
Well, good luck in sectionals. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Now the swimmers are getting ready for the championship final of the girls' 50-yard backstroke.
Start for backstroke. Several swimmers were using the stand-up start, and several swimmers were in the water. This is a preference that they have developed. A number of the new turns also being used. Looks like Heather Fitzgerald from McNicholas has a half a body length lead or a little bit more. She's approaching the flags, coming in for the finish. Swimming very strong at this point, touching in a time of 28:32, which is a new record for this event by virtue of being the fastest time in the event today. Second place went to Christy Reeskamp from Seton with a time of 21:11. Third place to Laurie Kearns from Sycamore with a time of 29:54.
The boys' 50-yard backstroke consolation final up next. Keith Tenenfeld from Taylor in lane 1. John Gremmen from Lemon Monroe in lane 2. Matt Bellerson from St. Xavier in 3. Steve Ball from Milford in 4. Michael Lee from Cincinnati Country Day in lane 5. Scott Huffer from Princeton in lane 6. Sean Martin from Fairmount in lane 7. And Jamie Case from Moeller in lane 8.
We do have an open lane in lane 1. Keith Tenenfeld from Taylor. They are calling him to see if he is here this evening. If not, they're going to be locating the first alternate so they can have a full complement of event.
Doug Anderson has gotten in the water. In lane 1, he's ready to go. Doug's from Beaver Creek.
That was the case where Doug reported to the referee and they had the alternate ready to go immediately. Very good start. Looks like the leader at the turn was lane 5, Michael Lee from Cincinnati Country Day. And he's pulling out to almost a body length lead on the 50 backstroke. He's approaching the wall and touches first with a time of 29:03. Over a second drop from what he had this morning. Outstanding swim. Second place went to lane 7, Sean Martin from Fairmont with a time of 30:22. Third place went to lane 4, Steve Ball from Milford with a time of 30.79.
Championship 50-yard backstroke boys. Lane 1, Will McAdams, Hamilton. Lane 2, Glenn Cruzet, Fairmont. Lane 3, David Lewis, Sycamore. Lane 4, Randy Kruger, Fairmont. Lane 5, John Hill, Sycamore. Lane 6, Mike Fiddler, Sycamore. Lane 7, Bob Burns from Xavier. Lane 8, Matt Scott from
Bob Burns from St. Xavier in 7, and Matt Scott from St. Xavier in lane 8.
In that last race, we had an official with the hand up indicating an illegal turn on one of the lanes. It appears that the was not able to get the information to the referee in the corner of the pool. We have an open lane in lane 2. Which is something that must be made. You cannot put an alternate into a championship final. If they were not able to know the scratches ahead of time, they could not receive the event. Randy Kruger from Marymount has a very good lead. Randy is one of the outstanding backstrokers in Cincinnati and is approaching the wall with a time of 25:59. He did set the record in this event this morning with a time of 25:52, so his preliminary time will hold. Interesting story, Randy's father, Neil, was an outstanding backstroker at Western Hills High School back in the 60s, so he's following in his father's footsteps.
Let's see who Jenny Gordon has down there by her footsteps.
I'm here with Heather Fitzgerald from McNicholas, who just won the women's 50 backstroke in a time of 28:32. How did your race feel tonight?
I was a little tired. I had 100 freestyle first, but it felt pretty good after I started going.
How's this meet going for you?
Yesterday wasn't so good. I got DQ'd on my 100 backstroke, but today I seem to be doing better in the evening.
Do you like to be able to swim prelims in the morning and finals in the evening?
No, I'd rather have it all at one time and get it over with, but this is okay. I can handle it.
Congratulations on a great race.
Thank you.
It'll be interesting to see how the swimmers adapt to the new backstroke turn on this, because they must hit that turn dead on. They have to go into a continuous roll. The head has to be going under when the shoulders go beyond the vertical. And they're going to be doing a lot of turns on this race, being a 200. If they do not maintain their strokes and maintain the pace that they have throughout the race, they're going to be either too close or too far from the wall and may risk a disqualification. Some swimmers, knowing that, may go back to the conventional turn when they're not able to make that turn. Holly Opelt from Ursuline Academy in lane 5 has taken the lead after the 100. Her split was 108.10 at the 100. Holly was doing the new turns, and on that turn did a conventional turn, so she knows where she is in the race. Still holding the lead by about a stroke and a half over Andrea Cadell from Turpin. Holly split at 143.38 at the 150. Andrea from Turpin, 144.29. Holly appears to be pulling out a little bit and has about a half a body length lead right now going into the final turn. Holly approaching the flag, has a half a body length lead. Appears to be able to have bettered her time by quite a bit. Finished with a 2:19.06 this morning. She had a 2:20.29. So over a second drop from this morning. It's very good considering this is 200. She's been in other events tonight. So again, being a long weekend, the swimmers are still coming back in the finals and improving their time. So it shows the conditioning and the caliber of athlete that we have in this meet. Very good swim for Holly Opelt from Ursuline Academy.
It looks like Jenny Gordon has Randy Kruger with her downstairs.
I'm here with Randy Kruger of Marymount, who just won the men's 50 backstroke in a time of 25:59. How did your race feel tonight?
I felt real good. 50's a bust event, so I was really swimming hard.
Did you notice anybody else next to you in the pool?
Not really. I was going for a time. But usually I swim 200 backstroke, but in this case, I kind of wanted to vary my events a little, and the 50 seemed a good event to have fun in.
That's right.
I was swimming for fun. So.
That's right. Well, congratulations. Great race.
Thank you.
Randy Kruger, who's swimming for fun. That's great. Championship final of the girls' 200-yard backstroke coming up. In lane 1 from Sycamore, M. Leitenberger. Jeff Jackson from Ursuline Academy in lane 2. Megan Miller, Fairfield in 3. Michelle McCarthy, Oak Hills in 4. Leigh Bassler, Sycamore in 5. Jessie Smith from Mason in 6. Aaron Jameson from Finneytown in 7. And Dana Gotch from Walnut Hills in lane 8.
Backstrokers in this event. This is a college event also. It's not a customary event for the high school swimmer. Michelle McCarthy in lane 4 is out to an early lead at the first turn. This morning her time was about 2 seconds slower than the meet record. being late in the meet after 2 long days, it'll be interesting to see if she has enough energy to go for that record tonight. Her split was 29.46 at the 50. Second place, lead bachelor from Sycamore, is about a body length behind Michelle. And the rest of the field are all pretty much in a straight line going across. It's including Beth Jackson with the cast on her arm. That arm's going to be awful heavy by the end of 8 lengths of backstroke. I was teasing Beth last night that she shouldn't have hit her boyfriend so hard. Michelle split at 101.54 at the 100 and has a very good lead at this point. 3 or 4 body lengths over lead bachelor from Sycamore. That split indicates that she is not going to be on record pace. Coming into the 150 with a split of 134.17. She is turning it over. She's starting to kick harder. She may have seen what her time is and is going to give it a good run. But she's going to have a very, very fast 50 in order to be able to be in line for that record. Turn was a little slow. She misjudged her turn and rolled into it fairly slow. So that shows she's probably retired and misjudged the law a little bit. Coming under the flags with a time of 2:03. With a good finish, 2:06.89. 6 tenths of a second off the meet record, which is a very good swim. That's a second and a half faster than what she had this morning. That last turn might have made the difference on whether that was a record or not.
Ready to play it safe. Well, entering the water right now for the boys' 200-yard backstroke consolation final. Lane 1, Greg Starr from Anderson, Chad Packer from Princeton in 2, Sean Fast from Walnut Hills in 3, Eric Lyons from Troy in lane 4, Damon Hickey from Hamilton Baden in lane 5, Todd Brinkman from Alton in lane 6, Mike McCollum from Hamilton in lane 7, and Gus Tenenfeld from Elder in lane 8.
Eric Lyons from Troy has taken an early lead, about a 2-stroke lead over Damon Hickey and Sean Fasty as they go into their 50 turn. Eric's split was 28.60. Damon Hickey from Hamilton Baden has closed the gap a little bit and is within about a half a stroke right now and is pressing Eric as they go into the 3rd turn. Eric again has extended his lead as they approach the 100 split. Time of 1:01.05. Sean Fasty turned 2nd, but then Damon Hickey from Hamilton Baden has regained 2nd place after that turn. So Damon had to have a very good turn to come back out ahead. We have swimmers using the conventional turn and the new turn in backstroke in this particular event. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to be called at the state meet because you have different district officials looking at what is supposed to be the same interpretation, and I know our swimmers and our coaches are concerned as to how that might go when they get up to the state meet, and just hope that everybody is following the same interpretation. It always makes for interesting discussion at officials meetings when you get to the state championships.
Make sure everybody's playing from the same sheet of music.
Only if they can read the music. Eric Lyme is still holding on to 1st place as they are approaching the flags. Damon Hickey is pressing him. He's about a half a stroke behind, and it is going to be Eric on the finish with a time of 2:08.83. Damon Hickey 2:09.31, 5 tenths of a second apart. 2 good swims for both those gentlemen. They were approximately 2 seconds faster than what they had this morning.
Looks like Jenny Gordon's getting set for a conversation with Michelle McCarthy. Jenny?
I'm here with Michelle McCarthy from Oak Hills, who won the women's 200 backstroke in a time of 2:06.89. You were pretty close to the meet record. Were you conscious of your time?
Well, at first I wasn't, but after like the 150, I knew I had been close. I tried to work the last 50, but I guess it didn't go fast enough.
Did you see anyone around you? On the first 100 I did, but after that, not really. How's the rest of your season going?
It's going really well. I'm really happy with how I've done this weekend, and hopefully I'll do better at sectionals, districts, and state.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Mike Andrews is back and ready to swim.
Our next event will be the girls 400-yard freestyle relay, a team competition. Oak Hills in lane 1, Turpin in lane 2, Sycamore in lane 3, Ursuline in 4, that's the Ursuline A team. Centerville in lane 5, Fairmont in lane 6, Macaulay in lane 7, and the Ursuline B team in lane 8.
Final event for the girls for this meet, 400-yard freestyle. This is a high school event. 3 teams in this event placed in the top 6 in the state last year. Cincinnati Ursuline won the state championship last year. Oak Hills was 2nd. Cincinnati Turpin was 6th place. Several of the swimmers are back on these teams, so it's going to be interesting to see just how close they're going to be to last year's times where they dominated the state championship in the freestyle relays. Oak Hills A is in lane 1 and is coming in. Second swimmer is taking off. Oak Hills is in the lead.